New Worlds for Old by H. G. Wells. Narrated by David McCrann. Introductory Remarks. Undiluted atheism, theft and immorality. I know of no language sufficiently potent to express fully my absolute detestation of what I believe to be the most poisonous doctrine ever put forward, namely socialism. His Grace, the Duke of Rutland. Let all parties then unite to defeat this insidious socialism which is threatening the country, and take immediate steps to expose and bring it to light. The country may truly be said to be sleeping over a veritable volcano, which the next general election may precipitate, unless steps are taken at once to bring this nightmare into the light of day and force it out of its creeping nocturnal habits. Mr. Dudley S. A. Cosby in the Westminster Review. Many people think that it is possible to conduct a victorious campaign with the single watchword, "Down with socialism." Well, I am not fond of mere negatives. I do not like fighting an abstract noun. My objection to anti-socialism as a platform is that socialism means so many different things. On this point, I agree with Mr. Asquith. I will wait before I denounce socialism till I see what form it takes. Socialism is not necessarily synonymous with robbery. Correctly used, the word only signifies a particular view of the proper relation of the state to its citizens, a tendency to substitute public for private ownership, or to restrict the freedom of individual enterprise in the interests of the public. But there are some forms of property which we all admit should be public and not private, and the freedom of individual enterprise is already limited by 100 laws. Socialism and individualism. I am not fond of these abstract phrases. There are opposing principles which enter in various proportions into the constitution of every civilized society. It is merely a question of degree. One community is more socialistic than another. This country is far more socialistic than it was 50 years ago, and for most of the changes in that direction, the Unionist or Tory party is responsible. Lord Milner. Chapter 1. The Good Will in Man. Part 1. The present writer has long been deeply interested in the socialist movement in Great Britain and America, and in all those complicated issues one lumps together as social questions. In the last few years, he has gone into it personally and studied the socialist movement closely and intimately at first hand. He has made the acquaintance of many of its leaders upon both sides of the Atlantic, joined numerous organizations, attended and held meetings, experimented in socialist politics. From these inquiries he has emerged with certain very definite conclusions as to the trend and needs of social development, and these he is now rendering in this book. He calls himself a socialist, but he is by no means a fanatical or uncritical adherent. To him, socialism presents itself as a very noble, but a very human and fallible system of ideas and motives, a system that grows and develops. He regards its spirit, its intimate substance, as the most hopeful thing in human affairs at the present time, but he does also find it shares with all mundane concerns the qualities of inadequacy and error. It suffers from the common penalty of noble propositions. It is hampered by the insufficiency of its supporters and advocates, and by the superficial tarnish that necessarily falls in our atmosphere of greed and conflict darkest upon the brightest things. In spite of these admissions of failure and unworthiness in himself and those about him, he remains a socialist. In discussing socialism with very various sorts of people he has necessarily had, time after time, to encounter and frame a reply to a very simple seeming and a really very difficult question. What is socialism? It is almost like asking what is Christianity, or demanding to be shown the atmosphere. It is not to be answered fully by a formula or an epigram. Again and again, the writer has been asked for some book which would set out in untechnical language, frankly and straightforwardly, what socialism is and what it is not, and always he has hesitated in his reply. Many good books there are upon this subject, clear and well written, but none that seem to tell the whole story as he knows it. No book that gives not only the outline, but the spirit, answers the main objections, clears up the chief ambiguities, covers all the ground. No book that one can put into the hands of inquiring youth and say, "There, that will tell you precisely the broad facts that you want to know." Some day, no doubt, such a book will come. In the meanwhile, he has ventured to put forth this temporary substitute, his own account of the faith that is in him. Note 1. As I pass these proofs, I am reminded that Mr. J.R. MacDonald has in the press Socialism, Jacks of Edinburgh, a general account of the movement. From Mr. Kirkup's An Inquiry into Socialism, and from Fabian Essays, the Fabian Society, London, a good idea of the general socialist position may also be obtained. Socialism, then, as he understands it, is a great intellectual process, a development of desires and ideas that takes the form of a project for the reshaping of human society upon new and better lines. That, in the ampler proposition, is what socialism claims to be. This book seeks to expand and establish that proposition, and to define the principles upon which the socialist believes this reconstruction of society should go. The particulars and justification of this project and this claim it will be the business of this book to discuss just as plainly as the writer can. Part 2. Now, because the socialist seeks the reshaping of human society, it does not follow that he denies it to be even now a very wonderful and admirable spectacle. Nor does he deny that for many people life is even now a very good thing. For his own part, though the writer is neither a very strong, nor a very healthy, nor a very successful person, though he finds much unattainable and much to regret, yet life presents itself to him more and more with every year as a spectacle of inexhaustible interest, of unfolding and intensifying beauty, and as a splendid field for high attempts and stimulating desires. Yet none the less it is a spectacle shot strangely with pain, with mysterious insufficiencies and cruelties, with pitfalls into anger and regret, with aspects unaccountably sad. Its most exalted moments are most fraught for him with the appeal for endeavour, with the urgency of unsatisfied wants. These shadows and pains and instabilities do not, to his sense at least, darken the whole prospect. It may be, indeed, that they intensify its splendours to his perceptions. Yet all these evil and ugly aspects of life come to him with an effect of challenge, as something not to be ignored but passionately disputed, as an imperative call for whatever effort and courage lurks in his composition. Life and the world are fine, but not as an abiding place. As an arena, yes, an arena gorgeously curtained with sea and sky, mountains and broad prospects, decorated with all the delicate magnificence of leaf tracery and flower petal and feather, soft fur and the shining wonder of living skin, musical with thunder and the singing of birds, but an arena nevertheless, an arena which offers no seats for idle spectators, in which one must will and do, decide, strike and strike back, and presently pass away. and it needs but a cursory view of history to realize, though all knowledge of history confirms the generalization, that this arena is not a confused and aimless conflict of individuals. Looked at too closely, it may seem to be that, a formless web of individual hates and loves, but detach oneself but a little, and the broader forms appear. One perceives something that goes on, that is constantly working to make order out of casualty, beauty out of confusion, justice, kindliness, mercy out of cruelty and inconsiderate pressure. For our present purpose, it will be sufficient to speak of this force that struggles and tends to make and do as goodwill. More and more evident is it, as one reviews the ages, that there is this as well as lust, hunger, avarice, vanity, and more or less intelligent fear to be counted among the motives of mankind. This goodwill of our race, however arising, however trivial, however subordinated to individual ends, however comically inadequate a thing it may be in this individual case or that, is in the aggregate an operating will. In spite of all the confusions and thwartings of life, the halts and resiliences and the counterstrokes of fate, it is manifest that in the long run human life becomes broader than it was, gentler than it was, finer and deeper. On the whole, and nowadays almost steadily, things get better. There is a secular amelioration of life, and it is brought about by goodwill, working through the efforts of men. Now this proposition lies quite open to dispute. There are people who will dispute it and make a very passable case. One may deny the amelioration, or one may deny that it is the result of any goodwill, or of anything but quite mechanical forces. The former is the commoner argument. The appeal is usually to what has been finest in the past, and to all that is bad and base in the present. At once, the unsoundest and the most attractive argument is to be found in the deliberate idealization of particular ages, the 13th century in England, for example, or the age of the Antonines. The former is presented with the brightness of a missal, the latter with all the dignity of a Roman inscription. One is asked to compare these ages so delightfully conceived with a patent medicine vendor's advertisement or a Lancashire factory town, quite ignoring the inequality of medieval law or the slums and hunger and cruelty of imperial Rome. But quite apart from such unsound comparisons, it is, we may admit, possible to make a very excellent case against our general assertion of progress. One can instance a great number of things, big and little, that have been better in past times than they are now. For example, they dressed more sumptuously and delightfully in medieval Venice and Florence than we do, or, that is, who could afford it. They made quite unapproachably beautiful marble figures in Athens in the time of Pericles. There is no comparison between the brickwork of Verona in the 12th century and that of London when Cannon Street Station was erected. The art of cookery declined after the splendid period of Roman history for more than 1,000 years. The Gothic architecture of France and England excels in nobility and quality and aggregated beauty every subsequent type of structure. This much, one agrees, is true, and beyond disputing. The philosophical thought of Athens again, to come to greater things, was at its climax more free, more finely expressed than that of any epoch since. And the English of Elizabeth's time was, we are told by competent judges, a more gracious and powerful instrument of speech than in the days of Queen Anne or of Queen Victoria. So one might go on in regard to a vast number of things, petty and large alike. The list would seem overwhelming until the countervailing considerations came into play. But, as a matter of fact, there is hardly an age or a race that does not show us something better done than ever it was before or since, because at no time has human effect ceased and absolutely failed. Isolated eminence is no proof of general elevation. Always in this field or that, whether it was the binding of books or the enamelling of metal, the refinement of language or the assertion of liberty, particular men have, by a sort of necessity, grasped at occasion, found themselves, as the saying goes, and done the best that was in them. So always, while man endures, whatever else betide, one may feel assured at this or that special thing some men will find a way to do and get to the crown of endeavour. Such considerations of decline in particular things from the standard of the past do not really affect the general assertion of a continuous, accumulating betterment in the lot of men, do not invalidate the hopes of those who believe in the power of men to end for ever many the evils that now darken the world, who look to the reservoirs of human possibility as a supply as yet scarcely touched, who make of all the splendour and superiorities of the past no more than a bright promise and suggestion for the unborn future our every act builds up, into which, whether we care or no, all our achievements pour. Many evils have been overcome, much order and beauty and scope for living has been evolved since man was a hairy savage, holding scarcely more than a brute's intercourse with his fellows. But even in the comparatively short perspective of history, one can scarcely deny a steady process of overcoming evil. One may sneer at contemporary things. It is a fashion with that unhappily trained type of mind which cannot appreciate without invidious comparison, so poor in praise that it cannot admit worth without venting a comparisatory envy. But of one permanent result of progress surely every one is assured. In the matter of thoughtless and instinctive cruelty, and that is a very fundamental matter, mankind mends steadily. I wonder and doubt if in the whole world at any time before this an age, ill-clad woman or a palpable cripple could have moved among a crowd of low-class children as free from combined or even isolated insult as such as one would be today, if caught in the rush from a London council school. Then, for all our sins, I am sure the sense of justice is quicker and more nearly universal than ever before. Certain grave social evils, too, that once seemed innate in humanity, have gone so effectually that we cannot now imagine ourselves subjected to them. The cruelties and insecurities of private war, the duel, overt slavery, for example, have altogether ceased, and in all Western Europe and America chronic local famines and great pestilences come no more. No doubt it is still an unsatisfactory world that mars the roadside with tawdry advertisements of drugs and food. But less than 2 centuries ago, remember, the place of these boards was taken by gibbets and crow-pecked, tattered corpses swinging in the wind, and the heads of dead gentlemen, drawn and quartered, and their bowels burnt before their eyes, rotted in the rain on Temple Bar. The world is now a better place for a common man than ever it was before, the spectacle wider and richer and deeper and more charged with hope and promise. Think of the universal things it is so easy to ignore. Of the great and growing multitude, for example, of those who may travel freely about the world, who may read freely, think freely, speak freely. Think of the quite unprecedented numbers of well-ordered homes and cared-for, wholesome, questioning children. And it is not only that we have this increasing sea of mediocre well-being in which the realities of the future are engendering, but in the matter of sheer achievement, I believe in my own time. It has been the cry of the irresponsive man since criticism began that his own generation produced nothing. It is a cry that I hate and deny. When the dross has been cleared away and comparison becomes possible, I am convinced it will be admitted that in the aggregate, in philosophy and significant literature, in architecture, painting and scientific research, in engineering and industrial invention, in statecraft, humanity and valiant deeds, the last 30 years of man's endeavours will bear comparison with any other period of 30 years whatever in his history. And this is the result of effort. Things get better because men mean them to get better and try to bring betterment about. This progress goes on because man, in spite of evil temper, blundering and vanity, in spite of indolence and base desire, does also respond to goodwill and display goodwill. You may declare that all the good things in life are the result of causes over which man has no control, that in pursuit of an enlightened self-interest he makes things better inadvertently. But think of any good thing you know. Was it thus it came? Part 3. And yet, let us not disguise it from ourselves, for all the progress one can claim, life remains very evil. About the feet of all these glories of our time lurk darknesses. Let me take but one group of facts that cry out to all of us, and will not cry in vain. I mean the lives of little children that are going on now, as the reader sits with his book in his hand. Think, for instance, of the little children who have been pursued and tormented and butchered in the Congo Free State during the last year or so. Hands and feet chopped off, little bodies torn and thrown aside that rubber might be cheap. The tires of our cars run smoothly, and that detestable product of political expediency, the King of the Belgians, have his pleasures. To think of the fear and violence, the dirt and stress of the lives of the children who grow up amidst the lawless internal strife of the Russian political chaos. Think of the emigrant ships, even now rolling upon the high seas, their dark, evil-smelling holds crammed with humanity, and the huddled sick children in them, fleeing from certain to uncertain wretchedness. Think of the dreadful tale of childish misery and suffering that goes on wherever there are not sane factory laws. How, even in so civilized a part of the world as the United States of America, as Spargo's bitter cry of the children tells in detail, thousands of little white children of 6 and 7, ill-fed and often cruelly handled, toil without hope. And in all the agricultural lands, too, where there is no sense of education. Think of the children dragging weary feet from the filthy hovels that still house peasants the whole world over, to work in the mire and the pitiless winds, scaring birds, bending down to plant and weed. Even in London again. Think just a little of the real significance of some facts I have happened upon in the report of the Education Committee of the London County Council for the year 1905. The headmaster of one casually selected school makes a special return upon the quality of the clothing of his 405 children. He tells of 7.4% of his boys whose clothing was the scantiest possible, e.g., one ragged coat buttoned up and practically nothing found beneath it, and boots either absent or represented by a mass of rags tied upon the feet. Of 34.8%, whose clothing was insufficient to retain animal heat and needed urgent remedy. Of 45.9%, whose clothing was poor but passable, an old and perhaps ragged suit with some attempt at proper underclothing, usually a flannelette, thus leaving only 12.8%, who could, in the broadest sense, be termed well-clad. Taking want of personal cleanliness as the next indication of neglect at home, 11% of the boys are reported as very dirty and verminous. 34.7% whose clothes and body were dirty but not verminous. 42.5% were passably clean for boys, and only 12% clean above the average. 11% verminous. Think what it means. Think what the homes must be like from which these poor little wretches come. better perhaps than the country cottage where the cesspool drains into the water supply and the henhouse vermin invades the home, but surely intolerable besides our comforts. Give but a moment again to the significance of the figures I have italicized in the table that follows, a summarized return for the year 1906 of the ringworm nurses who visit the London elementary schools and inspect the children for various forms of dirt disease. Number of children examined. Boys, 34,345. Clean, 32,726. Partially cleaned, 847. Verminous, 1,139. Number of girls examined, 36,445. Clean, 22,476. Partially clean, 4,426. Verminous, 12,003. Number of infants examined, 42,140. Clean, 6,675. Partially clean, 2,661. Verminous, 29,675. The number of mixed children examined, 5,855. Clean, 4,886. Partially clean, 298. Verminous, 897. The number of special children examined, 977. Clean, 624. Partially clean, 133. Verminous, 296. Total number of children examined, 119,762. Clean, 67,387. Partially clean, 8,365. Verminous, 44,010. Does this not speak of dirt and disorder we cannot suffer to continue, of women ill-trained for motherhood and worked beyond care for cleanliness, of a vast amount of preventable suffering? And these figures of filth and bad clothing are paralleled by others at least equally impressive, displaying emaciation, undernutrition, anemia, and every other painful and wretched consequence of neglect and insufficiency. These underfed, underclothed, undersized children are also the backward children. They grow up through a darkened, joyless childhood into a grey, perplexing, hopeless world that beats them down at last, after civility, after toil, after crime it may be, and despair to death. And while you grasp the offence of these facts, do not be carried away into supposing that this age is therefore unprecedentedly evil. Such dirt, toil, cruelty have always been, have been in larger measure. Don't idealize the primitive cave, the British hut, the peasant's cottage, damp and windowless, the filth-strewn, plague-stricken medieval town. In spite of all these crushed, mangled, starved, neglected little ones about the feet of this time, in spite of 1,000 other disorders and miseries almost as cruel, the fact remains that this age has not only more, but a larger percentage of healthy, happy, kindly treated children than any age since the world began. That to look back into the domestic history of other times is to see greater squalor and more suffering. Why, read the tombstones and monuments in any old English church, those, I mean, that date from earlier than 1800, and you will see the history of every family, of even the prosperous county families, laced with the death of infants and children. Nearly half of them died. Think, too, how stern was the upbringing, and always before these days it seemed natural to make all but the children of the very wealthy and very refined fear and work from their earliest years. There comes to us, too, from these days, beautiful furniture, fine literature, paintings, but there comes, too, much evidence of harsh whippings, dark imprisonments, and hardly a children's book, hardly the broken vestige of a toy. Bad as things are, they are better, rest assured, and yet they are still urgently bad. The greater evil of the past is no reason for contentment with the present, but it is an earnest for hoping that our efforts, and that good will of which they are a part and outcome, may still go on bearing fruit in perpetually dwindling misery. Part 4. It seems to me that the whole spirit and quality of both the evil and the good of our time, and of the attitude not simply of the socialist, but of every sane reformer towards these questions, was summarized in a walk I had a little while ago with a friend along the Thames Embankment, from Blackfriars Bridge to Westminster. We had dined together, and we went there because we thought that with a fitful moon and clouds adrift, on a night when the air was a crystal air that gladdened and brightened, that crescent of great buildings and steely, soft hurrying water must needs be altogether beautiful. And indeed it was beautiful. The mysteries and mountain masses of the buildings to the right of us, the blurs of this coloured light or that, blue-white, green-white, amber or warmer orange, the rich black archings of Waterloo Bridge, the rippled lights upon the silent flowing river, the lattice of girders and the shifting trains of Charing Cross Bridge, their funnels pouring a sort of hot-edged moonlight by the way of smoke, and then the sweeping line of lamps, the accelerated run and diminuendo of the embankment lamps as one came into sight of Westminster. The big hotels were very fine, huge swelling shapes of dun dark grey and brown, huge shapes seamed and bursting and fenestraed with illumination, tattered at 1,000 windows with light and the indistinct, glowing suggestions of feasting and pleasure. And dim and faint above it all, and very remote was the moon's dead wan face, veiled and then displayed. But we were dashed by an unanticipated refrain to this succession of magnificent things, and we did not cry, as we had meant to cry, how good it was to be alive. We found something else, something we had forgotten. Along the embankment, you see, there are iron seats at regular intervals, seats you cannot lie upon because iron armrests prevent that, and each seat, one saw by the lamplight, was filled with crouching and drooping figures. Not a vacant place remained, not one vacant place. These were the homeless, and they had come to sleep here. Now one noted a poor old woman with a shameful battered straw hat awry over her drowsing face, now a young clerk staring before him at despair, now a filthy tramp, and now a bearded, frock-coated, collarless respectability. I remember particularly one ghastly long white neck and white face that lopped backward, choked in some nightmare, awakened, clutched with a bony hand at the bony throat, and sat up and stared angrily as we passed. The wind had a keen edge that night, even for us who had dined and were well clad. One crumpled figure coughed and went on coughing damnably. "It's fine," said I, trying to keep hold of the effects to which this line of poor wretches was but the salvage. "It's fine, but I can't stand this." "It changes all that we expected," admitted my friend after a silence. "Must we go on, past them all?" "Yes, I think we ought to do that. It's a lesson, perhaps, for trying to get too much beauty out of life as it is, and forgetting. Don't shirk it." "Great God!" cried I. "But must life always be like this? I could die indeed. I would willingly jump into this cold and muddy river now, if by doing so I could stick a stiff dead hand through all these things into the future. A dead, commanding hand, insisting with a silent, irresistible gesture that this waste and failure of life should cease, and cease forever. But it does cease. Each year its proportion is a little less." I walked in silence, and my companion talked by my side. "We go on. Here is a good thing done, and there is a good thing done. The good will in man. Not fast enough, it goes so slowly, and in a little while we too must die. It can be done," said my companion. "It could be avoided," said I. It shall be in the days to come. There is food enough for all, shelter for all, wealth enough for all. Men need only know it and will it, and yet we have this. And so much like this, said I. So we talked and were tormented. And I remember how later we found ourselves on Westminster Bridge, looking back upon the long sweep of wrinkled black water that reflected lights and palaces and the flitting glow of steamboats. And by that time we had talked ourselves past our despair. We perceived that what was splendid remained splendid, that what was mysterious remained insoluble for all our pain and impatience. But it was clear to us the thing for us two to go upon was not the good of the present nor the evil, but the effort and the dream of the finer order, the fuller life, the banishment of suffering to come. We want all the beauty that is here, said my friend, and more also, and none of these distresses. We are here, we know not whence nor why, to what that, and to struggle to get it. You and I and 10,000 others, thinly hidden from us by these luminous darknesses. We work, we pass, whither I know not, but out of our knowing. But we work, we are spurred to work. That yonder, those people are the spur, for us who cannot answer to any finer appeal. Each in our measure must do. And our reward? Our reward is our faith. Here is my creed tonight. I believe, out of me and the goodwill in me and my kind, there comes a regenerate world, cleansed of suffering and sorrow. That is our purpose here, to forward that. It gives us work for all our lives. Why should we ask to know more? Our errors, our sins, tonight they seem to matter very little. If we stumble and roll in the mud, if we blunder against each other and hurt one another. We have to go on, said my friend after a pause. We stood for a time in silence. One's own personal problems came and went like a ripple on the water. Even that whiskey dealer's advertisement upon the southern bank became through some fantastic transformation a promise, an enigmatical promise flashed up the river reach in letters of fire. London was indeed very beautiful that night. Without hope, she would have seemed not only as beautiful, but as terrible as a black panther crouching on her prey. Our hope redeemed her. Beyond her dark and meretricious splendours, beyond her throned presence, jewelled with links and points and cressets of fire, crowned with stars, robed in the night, hiding cruelties, I caught a moment's vision of the coming city of mankind, of a city more wonderful than all my dreaming, full of life, full of youth, full of the spirit of creation. Chapter 2. The Fundamental Idea of Socialism. The fundamental idea upon which socialism rests is the same fundamental idea as that upon which all real scientific work is carried on. It is the denial that chance impulse and individual will and happening constitute the only possible methods by which things may be done in the world. It is an assertion that things are in their nature orderly, that things may be computed, may be calculated upon and foreseen. In the spirit of this belief, science aims at a systematic knowledge of material things. Knowledge is power, knowledge that is frankly and truly exchanged. That is the primary assumption of the new Atlantis, which created the Royal Society and the organization of research. The socialist has just the same faith in the order, the knowableness of things, and the power of men in cooperation to overcome chance, but to him, dealing as he does with the social affairs of men, it takes the form not of schemes for collective research, but for collective action and the creation of a comprehensive design for all the social activities of man. While science gathers knowledge, socialism is an entirely harmonious spirit, criticizes and develops a general plan of social life. Each seeks to replace disorder by order. Each of these systems of ideas has, of course, its limits. We know in matters of material science that no calculated quantity is ever exact, no outline without a fogging at the edge, no angle without a curve at the apex, and in social affairs also. There must needs always be individuality and the unexpected and incalculable. But these things do not vitiate the case for a general order, any more than the different sizes and widths and needs of the human beings who travel prevent our having our railway carriages and seats and doors of a generally convenient size, nor our sending everybody over the same gauge of rail. Now science has not only this in common with socialism, that it has grown out of men's courageous confidence in the superiority of order to muddle, but these two great processes of human thought are further in sympathy in the demand they make upon men to become less egotistical and isolated. The main difference of modern scientific research from that of the Middle Ages, the secret of its immense success, lies in its collective character, in the fact that every fruitful experiment is published, every new discovery of relationships explained. In a sense, scientific research is a triumph over natural instinct, over that mean instinct that makes men secretive, that makes a man keep knowledge to himself and use it slyly to his own advantage. The training of a scientific man is a training in what an illiterate lout would despise as a weakness. It is a training in blabbing, in blurting things out, in telling just as plainly as possible and as soon as possible what it is he has found. To keep shut, and bright-eyed and to score advantages. That is the wisdom of the common stuff of humanity still. To science, it is a crime. The noble practice of that noble profession medicine, for example, is to condemn as a quack and a rascal every man who uses secret remedies. And it is one of the most encouraging things for all who speculate upon human possibility to consider the multitude of men in the last 3 centuries who have been content to live laborious, unprofitable, and for the most part quite undistinguished lives in the service of knowledge that has transformed the world. Some names indeed stand out by virtue of gigantic or significant achievement, such names as Bacon, Newton, Volta, Darwin, Faraday, Joule. But these are but the culminating peaks of a nearly limitless Oberland of devoted toiling men. The rest have had the smallest meed of fame, small reward, much toil, much abandonment of pleasure for their lot. One thing ennobles them all in common: their conquest over the meanness of concealment, their systematic application of energy to other than personal ends. And that, too, socialism preeminently demands. It applies to social and economic relationships the same high rule of frankness and veracity, the same subordination of purely personal considerations to a common end that science demands in the field of thought and knowledge. Just as science aims at a common organized body of knowledge to which all its servants contribute and in which they share, so socialism insists upon its ideal of an organized social order which every man serves and by which every man benefits. Their common enemy is the secret-thinking, self-seeking man. Secrecy, subterfuge, and the private gain. These are the enemies of socialism and the adversaries of science. At times, I will admit, both socialist and scientific man forget this essential sympathy. You will find specialized scientific investigators who do not realize they are, in effect, socialists, and socialists so dull to the quality of their own professions, that they gird against science, and are secretive in policy. But such purblind servants of the light cannot alter the essential correlation of the two systems of ideas. Now the socialist, inspired by this conception of a possible frank and comprehensive social order to which mean and narrow ends must be sacrificed, attacks and criticizes the existing order of things at a great number of points and in a great variety of phraseology. At all points, however, you will find upon analysis that his criticism amounts to a declaration that there is wanting a sufficiency of constructive design. That in the last resort is what he always comes to. He wants a complete organization for all those human affairs that are of collective importance. He says, to take instances almost haphazard, that our ways of manufacturing a great multitude of necessary things, of getting and distributing food, of conducting all sorts of business, of begetting and rearing children, of permitting diseases to engender and spread, are chaotic and undisciplined, so badly done that here is enormous hardship, and there enormous waste. Here excess, and there degeneration, and there privation and death. He declares that for these collective purposes, in the satisfaction of these universal needs, mankind presents the appearance and follows the methods of a mob, when it ought to follow the method of an army. In place of disorderly individual effort, each man doing what he pleases, the socialist wants organized effort and a plan. And while the scientific man seeks to make an orderly map of the half-explored wilderness of fact, the socialist seeks to make an orderly plan for the half-conceived wilderness of human effort. That, and no other, is the essential socialist idea. But do not let this image mislead you. When the socialist speaks of a plan, he knows clearly that it is impossible to make a plan as an architect makes a plan, because while the architect deals with dead stone and timber, the statesman and socialist deal with living and striving things. But he seeks to make a plan as one designs and lays out a garden, so that sweet and seemingly things may grow, wide and beautiful vistas open, and weeds and foulness disappear. Always a garden plan develops and renews itself, and discovers new possibilities. But what makes all its graciousness and beauty possible is the scheme and the persistent intention, the watching and the waiting, the digging and burning, the weeder clips and the hoe. That is the sort of plan, a living plan for things that live and grow, that the socialist seeks for social and national life. To make this all distincter, I will show the plainlessness of certain contemporary things, of two main sets of human interests in fact, and explain what inferences a socialist draws in these matters. You will then see exactly what is meant when we deny that this present state of affairs has any constructive plan, and you will appreciate, in the most generalized form, the nature of the constructive plan which socialists are making and offering the world. Chapter 3. The Main Generalization of Socialism. Part 1. The first, the chief aspect of social life in relation to which the socialist finds the world now planeless and drifting, and for which he earnestly propounds the scheme of a better order, is that whole side of existence which is turned towards children, their begetting and upbringing, their care and education. Perpetually the world begins anew. Perpetually death wipes out failure, disease, unteachableness, and all that has served life and accomplished itself. And to many socialists, if not to all, this is the supreme fact in the social scheme. The whole measure of progress in a generation is the measure in which the children improve in physical and mental quality, in social coordination, in opportunity upon their parents. Nothing else matters in the way of success, if in that way the good will fails. Let us now consider how such matters stand in our world at the present time, and let us examine them in the light of the socialist spirit. I have already quoted certain facts from the London Education Committee's report, by which you have seen that by taking a school haphazard, dipping a ladle, as it were, into the welter of the London population, we find more than 80 in the 100 of the London children insufficiently clad, more than half unwholesomely dirty, 11% verminous, and more than half the infants infested with vermin. The nutrition of these children is equally bad. The same report shows clearly that differences in clothing and cleanliness are paralleled with differences in nutrition that are equally striking. The 30 boys of the lowest class showed considerable failure to reach the average weight for their age of the school, the average shortage per boy for his age being as much as 7 kilograms. The effect upon weight was more striking than upon height, as the average failure in height was 1 centimetre. The 141 boys of the next class worked out at exactly the average. The 49 well-clad boys showed an average excess per age weight of 0.54 kilogram and age height of 1.8 centimetres. And who can doubt the amount of mental and moral dwarfing that is going on side by side with this physical shortage? Now, it may be argued that this is not a fair sample of our general population, that these facts have been culled from a special section of the population, that here we are dealing with the congestion of London slums and altogether exceptional conditions. This is not so. The school examined was not from a specially bad district, and it happens that the entire working-class population of one typical English town, York, has been exhaustively studied by Mr. B.S. Rowntree. And here are some facts from his result that quite confirm the impression given by the London figures. It was quite impossible to make a thorough examination of the physical condition of all the children, but as they came up to be weighed and measured, they were classified under the 4 headings very good, good, fair, or bad, by an investigator whose training and previous experience in similar work enabled her to make a reliable, even if rough, classification. Bad implies that the child bore physical traces of underfeeding and neglect. The numbers classified under the various heads were as follows. Results for boys. Section 1, the poorest. 2.8% were very good. 14.6% good. 31% fair. 51.6% bad. Section 2, middle. 7.4% very good. 20.1% good. 53.7% fair. 18.8% bad. Section 3, the highest. 27.4% very good, 33.8% good, 27.4% fair, 11.4% bad. Results for girls. Section 1. Poorest. 2.1% very good, 14.6% good, 31% fair, 52.3% bad. Section 2. Middle. 7.5% very good, 21.2% good, 50.4% fair, 20.9% bad. Section 3, the highest. 27.2% very good, 38% good, 23.1% fair, 11.7% bad. It will be seen that the proportion of children classed as very good in Section 3 is about 10 times as large as in the poorest section, and that more than half of the children in the poorest section are classed as bad. These bad children presented a pathetic spectacle, all bore some mark of the hard conditions against which they were struggling. Puny and feeble bodies, dirty and often sadly insufficient clothing, sore eyes, in many cases acutely inflamed through continued want of attention, filthy heads, cases of hip disease, swollen glands. All these and other signs told the same tale of privation and neglect. It will be noticed that the condition of the children in Section 2, middle-class labour, comes about halfway between Sections 1 and 3. In considering the above table, it must of course be remembered that there was no absolute standard by which each child could be judged. But the broad comparison between the different classes is unimpeachable. The table affords further evidence of serious physical deterioration amongst the poorest section of the community. And if York and London will not satisfy, let the reader take Edinburgh, whose Charity Organisation Society has produced an admirable but infinitely distressing report of the physical conditions of the school children there. It gives a summary account of the homes of 1,400 children in one of the Edinburgh elementary schools, selected because it represented a fair mixture of prosperous and unprosperous people. I take the first 10 entries of this list just as they come, representing 38 children, and they are a fair sample of the whole list. No amount of writing could make these little thumbnail sketches of the reality of domestic life among our population today more impressive than they are thus barrenly given. Case 1. A bad home. Women twice married. Second husband deserted her 6 or 7 years ago, and now she keeps a bad house in which much drinking and rioting goes on. Daughter on stage sends 10 shillings a week. Son is out of work. A son is in an institution. All as filthy as is the house. The food is irregular. 2 children have had free dinners from school this and last winter. Clothes were also given for one each time. The boy attends regularly. The woman is a hard drinker and gets money in undesirable ways. The eldest child has glands, neck, hair not good but clean, flea-bitten. The second child, adenoids and tonsils. Housing, 5 in one room. Evidence from police, school charity, headmistress, school officers and doctors. Case 2. The drinking capacity of this family cannot be too much emphasized. The parents can't agree and live apart, the man allowing 7 and 6 a week when the girl is with mother and 5 shillings when she comes to him. She is verminous and very badly kept. Mother can't get charing, as she lives in so bad a neighbourhood, so means to move. At present she keeps other women's babies at 6p a day each. Elder boy out of work, a tidy lad, reads in free library. 1 child has died. Housing, 3 in one room. House not so very untidy. Evidence from police, church and officer. Case 3. A miserable family and in very wretched circumstances. Father deserts home at intervals, but last time seemed sent back by Providence as the works in the town he was in were burnt down. Children starving in his absence. 1 had pneumonia and died since of the effects. The eldest child has adenoids, the second urticaria, lice, bad, clothes full of pediculi. Housing, 6 in 2 rooms. Mother hard working, does her best, but has chronic bronchitis, does not keep house over tidy. The 2 elder boys are very idle, tiresome fellows, and worry the father a great deal. They improved and found work during the year following the visit, in which time the father got into decent work in the city. The SSPCC branch had to interfere on behalf of small children. 3 dead since marriage, when parents were at the ages of 23 and 20. Food good when there is any. School gave free dinners and clothes to 2. Evidence from police, SSPCC branch, school charity, parish sister, employer, headmistress, school officer and doctors. Case 4. The father a complete wreck through intemperate and fast living. Speculation first brought him down. Was later moved to hospital where he died. Had worked on railway a little time. Mother hard working, works out, home untidy owing to her being out so much. She pays rent regularly and does her best. An elderly boy groom, fed and clad by his master, sends home what he can. Eldest boy does odd jobs, but seems a wastrel. Parish gave 7 and 6 after father ill, and feeds 4 children now. Winter of school visit, dined 5 free daily and clothed 3, and previous winter 3 had free dinners and 2 had clothes. A schoolboy earns. The twins are delicate. There are 2 lodgers. The eldest child very dirty, the second glands, the third knock-kneed, pigeon-chest, very feeble, enlarged radices. 3 children have died. Housing, 9 in 3 rooms. Evidence from police, poor law officer, parish sister, school charity, army charity, children's employment, school officer, factor, pawnbroker, and doctors. Case 5. The mother, a nice, clean, tidy woman, doing pretty well by the children. They kept a little shop for a time, and she used to do a day's charing now and then, but has too many babies now. Parents married at 21 and 18 respectively. 2 children dead and another expected. He reads papers a good deal, gets them out of trains. This is his first spell of regular work. 2 boys sell papers, and a mission gives cheap meals. Food none too plentiful. 1 child gets free dinners. The eldest child has glands, impetigo, thin and badly nourished. The second, glands, hair lice, and nits, bad. The third, boils on neck, glands, thin. The fourth, glands. Housing, 8 in 2 rooms. They are in 2 thrift societies. Evidence from schoolmaster, police, parish sister, club, army charity, charity school, pawnbroker, and doctors. Case 6. Father works in a shop in daytime and in a public house at night. Rather soft, but wife industrious and energetic and does her best. Children well fed and regular at school. 2 children have enlarged tonsils. They get no help and belong to 2 thrift societies. 1 in 6 children dead in 10 years of married life. Housing, 7 in 2 rooms. Evidence from police, doctors, society, church, mission, club, headmistress, charity school, and pawnbrokers. Case 7. A family where parents are much given to drink. Father invalided and being helped by a sick society, 3 shillings a week, and parish 5 shillings a week. Housing, 5 in 2 rooms. They are in a burying club. Children, flea-bitten. 2 have died. Food is rather scanty. Wife very quarrelsome and drunken. The boys play truant often. 2 were given free food and clothes 2 winters ago, and this winter 1 has free dinners and clothes given. A mission has given cheap clothes. Evidence from schoolmaster, police, poor law officer, COS branch, church, school charity, sick society, children's employment, factor, school officer, charity school, pawnbroker, and doctors. Case 8. Fairly decent family. Mother washes out, and man has very early work. He drinks, and his employment is somewhat irregular. A son in the country on a farm, and 2 dead. They were married at 21 and 18. The food is erratic, the children getting pieces at dinner time, or free school dinners, or when mother comes home, soup with her. The children are rather neglected, and the police give the parents an indifferent character. The eldest child has eustachian catarrh and nasopharyngitis, glands. The second, enlarged uvula. Housing, 4 in 2 very small rooms. Evidence from schoolmaster, police, parish sister, church, factor, and doctors. Case 9. Father an old soldier without a pension, who reads novels. All the small children were found eating a large meal of ham and eggs and strong tea after 8 p.m. He in bed at the time. They have lapsed from thrift society membership. They are all extremely filthy, and the man drinks. A mission sells them a meal cheap. Wife 18 at marriage, and 1 child died. They feed pretty largely but unhealthily, and eat pieces at lunchtime. At time of visit, though very dirty, they were tidier than ever found before. The eldest child has chronic suppuration and large perforation of ear. Housing, 5 in 2 rooms. Evidence, from police, parish sister, factor, soldiers' society, charity school and doctors. Case 10. The man a carter who drank to a certain extent and died some months after a visit, when a charity gave her help. She had an illegitimate child and 2 others. He was careless and both neglected church-going. No medical evidence. Housing, 5 in 2 rooms. Evidence from police, 2 churches, parish sister, employer and charity school. Part 2. Now to the socialist. As to anyone who has caught any tinge of the modern scientific spirit, these facts present themselves simply as an atrocious failure of statesmanship. Indeed, a social system in which the mass of the population is growing up under these conditions, he scarcely recognizes as a state. Rather, it seems to him a mere preliminary higgledy-piggledy aggregation of human beings, out of which a state has to be made. It seems to him that this wretched confusion of affairs, which repeats itself throughout the country wherever population has gathered, must be due to more than individual inadequacy. It must be due to some general and essential failure, some unsoundness in the broad principles upon which the whole organization is conducted. What is this general principle of failure beneath all these principal cases? In any given instance, this or that reason for the failure of a child may be given. In one case, it may be the father or the mother drinks. In another, that the child is an orphan, neglected by aunt or stepmother. In another, that the mother is an invalid or a sweated worker too overwrought to do much for him. Or, though a good-hearted soul, she is careless and dirty or ignorant. Or that she is immoral and reckless, and so on and so on. Our haphazard sample of 10 Scotch cases gives instances of nearly all these alternatives, and from these proximate causes one might work back to more general ones, to the necessity of controlling the drink traffic, of abolishing sweating, of shortening women's hours of labour, of suppressing vice. But for the present argument, it is not necessary to follow up these special causes. We can make a wilder generalization. For our present analysis, it is sufficient to say that one more general maladjustment covers every case of neglected or ill-brought-up children in the world. And that is this, that with or without a decent excuse, the parent has not been equal to the task of rearing a civilized citizen. We have demanded too much from the parent, materially and morally, and then the 10 cases we have quoted are just 10 out of 10 millions of the replies to that demand. Of 52 children born, 14 are dead, and of the remainder we can hardly regard more than 13 as being tolerably reared. Is it not obvious, then, that, unless we are content that things should remain as they are, we must put the relations of parent to child on some securer and more wholesome footing than they are at the present time? We demand too much from the parent, and this being recognized, clearly there are only 2 courses open to us. The first is to relieve the parents by lowering the standard of our demand. The second is to relieve them by supplementing their efforts. The first course, the socialist holds, is not only cruel and unjust to the innocent child, but an entirely barbaric and retrogressive thing to do. It is a frank abandonment of all ideas of progress and world betterment. He puts it aside, therefore, and turns to the alternative. In doing that, he comes at once into harmony with all the developmental tendencies of the last 100 years. For 100 years, there has been an ongoing process of supplementing and controlling parental effort. 100 years or so ago, the parent was the supreme authority in a child's destiny, short only of direct murder. Parents were held responsible for their children's rearing to God alone. Should they fail, individual good-hearted people might, if they thought proper, step in, give food, give help, provided the parents consented, that is. But it was not admitted that the community as a whole was concerned in the matter. Parents, and guardians in the absence of parents, were allowed to starve their children, leave them naked, prey upon their children by making them work in factories or as chimney sweeps and the like. The law was silent. The state acquiesced. Good-hearted parents, on the other hand, who were unsuccessful in the world's affairs, had the torment of seeing their children go short of food and garments, grow up ignorant and feeble. Their only hope of help, the chancy kindliness of their more prosperous neighbours and the ill-organised charities left by the benevolent dead. Through all the 19th century, the irresistible logic of necessity has been forcing people out of the belief in that state affairs, has been making them see the impossibility of leaving things so absolutely to parental discretion and conscience, has been forcing them towards a constructive and organizing, that is to say, towards a socialist attitude. Essentially, the socialist attitude is this: an insistence that parentage can no longer be regarded as an isolated private matter, that the welfare of the children is a universal importance, and must, therefore, be finally a matter of collective concern. The state, which 100 years ago was utterly careless of children, is now every year becoming more and more their guardian, their over-parent. Today, the power of the parents is limited in ways that would have seemed incredible 100 years ago. In the first place, they must no longer unrestrictedly use their very young children to earn money for them in toil and suffering. A great mass of labour legislation forbids them. In the next place, their right to inflict punishment or to hurt wantonly has been limited in many ways. The private enterprises of charitable organizations for the prevention of cruelty and neglect has led to a growing system of law in this direction also. Nor may a parent now prevent a child getting some rudiments of an education. Between the parent and heaven now, in addition to the more or less legalized voluntary interference of well-disposed private people, there do appear certain rare functionaries who, while they interfere not at all between good and competent parents and their children, do in certain instances save a parental default from its complete fruition. There are the school attendance officer and the sanitary inspector. Then there are, in the London County Council area, the ringworm nurses, who examine the children systematically and by means of certain white and red cards of remonstrance and warning, intimidate the parent into good behaviour or pave the way for a prosecution. Everywhere there is the factory inspector and, in certain cases, the police. All these functionaries and accessory consciences have been thrust in between the supremacy of the parent and the child within the century. So much the socialist regards as all to the good, as all in the direction of that great constructive plan of organized human welfare at which he aims. And they all amount to a destruction, so much with this and so much with that, of the independence of the family, an invasion of the old moral isolation of parent and child. But while a number of people, who haven't read the Edinburgh Charity Organisation Society's report, are content to regard these interventions as going far enough, the socialist considers these things as only the beginning of the organisation of the welfare of the nation's children. You will notice that all these laws and regulations at which we have glanced are in the nature of prohibitions or compulsions. Few have any element of aid. By virtue of them we have diminished the power of the inferior sort of parents to do evil by their child, but we have done little or nothing to increase and stimulate their powers to do good. We may prevent them doing some sorts of evil things to the child, They may not give it poisonous things or let it live in morally or physically contagious places, but we do not ensure that they shall give it wholesome things, better than they had themselves. We must, if our work is ever to reach effectual fruition, go on to the logical completion of that process of supplementing the parent that the 19th century began. Consider, for instance, the circumstances of parentage among the large section of the working classes whose girls and women engage in factory labor. In many cases, the earnings of the woman are vitally necessary to the solvency of the family budget. The father's wages do not nearly cover the common expenditure. In some cases, the women are unmarried, or the man is an invalid or out of work. Consider such a woman on the verge of motherhood. Either she must work in a factory right up to the birth of her child, and so damage its health through her strain and fatigue, see later note 2, or she must give up her work, lose money, and go short of food and necessities, and so damage the coming citizen. Moreover, after the child is born, either she must feed it artificially and return to work and prosperity soon, with a great risk indeed that the child will die, or she must stay at home to nourish and tend it, until her landlord sells her furniture and turns her out. Note 2. The facts of the case are put very clearly and quite invincibly by Miss Margaret Macmillan in Infant Mortality. See also The Baby's Tribute to the Modern Moloch by F. Victor Fisher, 20th Century Press, 1d. These are small polemic tracts. The case is treated fully, authoritatively, and without bias in Infant Mortality by Dr. G. Newman. Now it does not need that you should be a socialist to see how cruel and ridiculous it is to have mothers in such a dilemma. But while people who are not socialists have no remedy to suggest, or only immediate and partial remedies, such, for example, as the forbidding of factory work to women who are about to be or have recently been mothers, an expedient which is bound to produce a plentiful crop of concealment of birth and infanticide convictions. The socialist does proffer a general principle to guide the community in dealing not only with this particular hardship, but with all the kindred hardships that form a system with it. He declares that we are here in the presence of an unsound and harmful way of regarding parentage, that we treat it as a private affair, that we are still disposed to assume that people's children are almost as much their private concern as their cats, and as little entitled to public protection and assistance. The right view, he maintains, is altogether opposed to this. Parentage is a public service and a public duty. A good mother is the most precious type of common individual a community can have. And to let a woman on the one hand earn a living as we do, by sewing tennis balls or making cardboard boxes or calico, and on the other not simply not to pay her, but to impoverish her because she bears and makes sacrifices to rear children, is the most irrational aspect of all the evolved and chancy ideas and institutions that make up the modern state. It is as if we believed our civilization existed to make cheap cotton and tennis balls instead of fine human lives. The socialist takes all that the 19th century has done in remedial legislation as a mere earnest of all that it has still to do. He works for a consistent application of the principle that England, for example, tacitly admitted when she opened her public elementary schools and compelled the children to come in, the principle that the community as a whole is the general overparent of all its children, that the parents must be made answerable to the community for the welfare of their children, for their clear minds and clean bodies, their eyesight and weight and training, and that, on the other hand, the parents who do their duty well are as much entitled to collective provision for their needs and economic security as a soldier, a judge, or any other sort of public servant. Part 3. Now, do not imagine the case for the state being regarded as the overparent and for the financial support of parents is based simply upon the consideration of neglect, underfed, undereducated, and poverty-blighted children. No doubt, in every one of the great civilized countries of the world at the present time, such children are to be counted by the 100,000, by the million. But there is a much stronger case to be stated in regard to that possibly greater multitude of parents who are not in default. Those common people, the mass of our huge populations, the wives of the moderately skilled workers or the reasonably comfortable employees of that middling sort of people, the 2, 3 and 400 pounds a year families who toil and deny themselves for love of their children and do contrive to rear them cleanly, passably well grown, decent-minded, taught and intelligent to serve the future. Consider the enormous unfairness with which we treat them, the way in which the modern state, such as it is, trades upon their instincts, their affections, their sense of duty and self-respect, to get from them for nothing the greatest social service in the world. For while the least fortunate sort of children have at any rate the protection of the police and the school inspectors, and the baser sort of parent has all sorts of public and quasi-public helps and doles, the families that make the middle mass of our population are still in the position of the families of 100 years ago, and have no help under heaven against the world. It matters not how well the home of the skilled artisan's wife or the small businessman's wife has been managed. She may have educated her children marvellously. They may be clean, strong, courteous, intelligent. If the husband gets out of work or suffers from business ill luck or trade depression or chances to be killed uninsured, down they all go to want. Such insurance as they are able to make, and it needs a tremendously heavy premium to secure an insurance that will not mean a heavy fall of income with the breadwinner's death, must needs be in a private insurance office, and there is no effectual guarantee for either honesty or solvency in that. In most of the petty insurance business, the thrifty poor are enormously overcharged and overreached. Rumour has been busy, and I fear only too justly, with the financial outlook of some of the friendly societies upon which the scanty security of so many working-class families depends. Such investments as the lower and middle-class father makes of surplus profits and savings must be made in ignorance of the manoeuvres of the big and often quite ruthless financiers who control the world of prices. If he builds or trades, he does so as a small investor, at the highest cost and lowest profit. Half the big businesses in the world have been made out of the lost savings of the small investor, a point to which I shall return later. People talk as though socialism proposed to rob the thrifty, industrious man of his savings. He could not be more systematically robbed of his savings than he is at the present time. Nowhere beyond the limit of the Post Office Savings Bank is there security, not even in the gilt-edged respectability of consols, which in the last 10 years have fallen from 114 to under 82. Consider the adventure of the thrifty well-meaning citizen who used his savings bank hoard to buy consols at the former price, and now finds himself the poorer for not having buried his savings in his garden. The middling sort of man saves for the sake of wife and child. Our state not only fails to protect him from the adventures of the manipulating financier, but it deliberately avoids competition with banker, insurance agent, and promoter. In no way can the middle class or artisan parent escape the financier's power and get real security for his home or his children's upbringing. Not only is every parent of any but the richest classes worried and discouraged by the universal insecurity of outlook in this private adventure world, but at every turn his efforts to do his best for his children are discouraged. If he has no children, he will have all his income to spend on his own pleasures. He need only live in a little house. He pays nothing for school, less for doctor, less for all the needs of life, and he is taxed less. His income tax is the same, no bigger, his rent, his rates, his household bills are all less. The state will not even help him to a tolerable home, to wholesome food, to needed fuel for the new citizens he is training for it. The state nowadays, in its slow awakening, does show a certain concern in the housing of the lowest classes, a concern alike stimulated and supplemented by such fine charities as Peabody's, for example. But no one stands between the 200-a-year man and his landlord in the pitiless struggle to get. For every need of his children, whom he toils to make into good men and women, he must pay a toll of owner's profits. He must trust to the anything but intelligent greed of private enterprise. The state will not even insist that a sufficiency of comfortable, sanitary homes shall be built for his class. If he wants the elementary convenience of a bathroom, he must pay extra toll to the water shareholder. His gas is as cheap in quality and dear in price as it can be. His bread and milk, under the laws of supply and demand, are at the legal minimum of wholesomeness. The coal trade cheerfully raises his coal in midwinter to ruinous prices. He buys clothes of shoddy and boots of brown paper. To get any other is nearly impossible for a man with £300 a year. His newspapers, which are supported by advertisers and financiers in order to hide the obvious injustice of this one-man fight against the allied forces of property, din in his ears that his one grievance is local taxation, his one remedy to keep down the rates which do at least repair his roadway, police his streets, give him open spaces for his babies, and help to educate his children, and which, moreover, constitute a burthen he might by a little intelligent political action shift quite easily from his own shoulders to the broad support of capital and land. If the children of the decent skilled artisan and middle class suffer less obviously than the poorer sort of children, assuredly the parents in wearing anxiety, in toil and limitation and disappointment suffer more. And in less intense and dramatic, but perhaps even more melancholy ways, the children of this class do suffer. They do not die so abundantly in infancy, but they grow up, too many of them, too shabby and limited lives. In Britain they are still, as a class, extraordinarily ill-educated. Many of them still go to incompetent, understaffed and ill-equipped private adventure schools. They are sent into business prematurely, often at 14 or 15. They become mechanical, respectable drudges in processes they do not understand. They may escape want and squalor for a while, perhaps, but they cannot escape narrowness and limitation and a cramped and anxious life. If they get to anything better than that, it is chiefly through almost heroic parental effort and sacrifice. The plain fact is that the better middle-class parents serve the state in this matter of child-rearing, the less is their reward, the less is their security, the greater their toil and anxiety. Is it any wonder, then, that throughout this more comfortable but more refined and exacting class, the skilled artisan and middle class, there goes on something even more disastrous, from the point of view of the state, than the squalor, despair, and neglect of the lower levels, and that is a very evident strike against parentage. While the very poor continue to have many children who die or grow up undersized, crippled, or half-civilized, the middle mass, which can contrive with a struggle and sacrifice to rear fairly well-grown and well-equipped offspring, which has a conscience for the well-being and happiness of the young, manifests a diminishing spirit for parentage. Its families fall to 4, to 3, to 2, and in an increasing number of instances there are no children at all. With regard to the struggling middle class and skilled artisan class parent, even more than to the lower poor, does the socialist insist upon the plain need, if only that our state and nation should continue, of endowment and help? He deems it not simply unreasonable, but ridiculous that in a world of limitless resources, of vast expenditure, of unparalleled luxury, in which £2 million battleships and multimillionaires are common objects, the supremely important business of rearing the bulk of the next generation of the middling sort of people should be left almost entirely to the unaided, unguided efforts of impoverished and struggling women and men. It seems to him almost beyond sanity to suppose that so things must or can continue. Part 4. And what I have said of the middle-class parent is true with certain modifications of all the classes above it, except that in a monarchy you reach at last one state-subsidized family, in the case of Britain a very healthy and active group, the royal family, which is not only state-supported, but also beyond the requirements of any modern socialist, state-bred. There are enormous handicaps at every other social level upon efficient parentage, and upon the training of children for any public and generous end. Parentage is treated as a private foible, and those who undertake its solemn responsibilities are put at every sort of disadvantage against those who lead sterile lives, who give all their strength and resources to vanity and socially harmful personal indulgence. These latter, with an ampler leisure and ampler means, determine the forms of pleasure and social usage. They set the fashion and bar pride, distinction or relaxation to the devoted parent. The typical British aristocrat is not parent-bred, but class-bred, a person with a lively sense of social influences and no social ideas. The one class that is economically capable of making all that can be made of its children is demoralized by the very irresponsibility of the wealth that creates this opportunity. This is still more apparent in the American plutocracy, where perhaps half the women appear to be artificially sterilized spenders of money upon frivolous things. No doubt there is in the richer strata of the community a certain proportion of families with a real tradition of upbringing and service. Such English families as the Cecils, Balfours, and Trevelyan's, for example, produce generation after generation public-spirited and highly competent men. But the family tradition in these cases is an excess of virtue rather than any necessary consequence of a social advantage. It is a defiance rather than a necessity of our economic system. It is natural that such men as Lord Hugh and Lord Robert Cecil, highly trained, highly capable, but without that gift of sympathetic imagination which releases a man from the subtle mental habituations of his upbringing, should idealize every family in the world to the likeness of their own, and find the socialists' overparent of the state not simply a needless, but a mischievous and wicked innovation. They will, I fear, continue to think of England as a happy world of Hatfields, cottage Hatfields, villa Hatfields, Hatfields over the shop, and Hatfields behind the farmyard, wickedly and wantonly assailed and interfered with by a band of weirdly discontented men. It is a dream that the reader must not share. Even in the case of the rich and really prosperous, it is an illusion. In no class at the present time is there a real inducement to the effectual rearing of trained and educated citizens. In every class are difficulties and discouragements. This state of affairs, says the socialist, is chaotic or indifferent to a sea of wretchedness and failure in health, vigour, order, and beauty. Such pleasure as it permits is a gaudy indulgence filched from children and duty. such beauty, a hectic beauty stained with injustice, such happiness, a happiness that can only continue so long as it remains blind or indifferent to a sea of wretchedness and failure. Our present system of isolated and unsupported families keeps the mass of the world beyond all necessity, painful, ugly, and squalid. It stands condemned, and it must end. Part 5. Let me summarize what has been said in this chapter in a compact proposition, and so complete the statement of the first main generalization of socialism. The ideas of the private individual rights of the parent and his isolated responsibility for his children are harmfully exaggerated in the contemporary world. We do not sufficiently protect children from negligent, incompetent, selfish, or wicked parents, and we do not sufficiently aid and encourage good parents. Parentage is too much a matter of private adventure, and the individual family is too irresponsible. As a consequence, there is a huge amount of avoidable privation, suffering, and sorrow, and a large proportion of the generation that grows up stunted, limited, badly educated, and incompetent in comparison with the strength, training, and beauty with which a better social organization could endow it. The socialist holds that the community as a whole should be responsible, and every individual in the community, married or single, parent or childless, should be responsible for the welfare and upbringing of every child born into that community. This responsibility may be entrusted in whole or in part to parent, teacher, or other guardian, but it is not simply the right but the duty of the state. That is to say, of the organized power and intelligence of the community, to direct, to inquire, and to intervene in any default for the child's welfare. Parentage, rightly undertaken, is a service as well as a duty to the world, carrying with it not only obligations, but a claim, the strongest of claims, upon the whole community. It must be provided for like any other public service. In any completely civilized state, it must be sustained, rewarded, and controlled. And this is to be done not to supersede the love, pride, and conscience of a parent, but to supplement, encourage, and maintain it. Part 6. This is the first of the twin generalizations upon which the whole edifice of modern socialism rests. Its fellow generalization we must consider in the chapter immediately to follow. But at this point, the reader unaccustomed to social questions will experience a difficulty. He will naturally think of this much of change we have broached as if it was to happen in a world that otherwise was to remain just as the world is now, with merchants, landowners, rich and poor, and all the rest of it. You are proposing, he may say, what is no doubt a highly desirable, but which is also a quite impossible thing. You propose practically to educate all the young of the country and to pay at least sufficient to support them and their mothers in decency. Out of what? Where will you get the money? That is a perfectly legitimate question, and one that must be answered fully if our whole project is not to fall to the ground. So we come to the discussion of material means, of the witherall, that is to say, to the economics of socialism. The reader will see very speedily that this great social revolution we propose necessarily involves a revolution in business and industry that will be equally far-reaching. The two revolutions are indeed inseparable, two sides of one wheel, and it is scarcely possible that one could happen without the other. Of course, the community supports all its children now. The only point is that it does not support them in its collective character as a state, as a whole. All the children in the world are supported by all the people in the world, but very unfairly and irregularly, through the intervention of that great multitude of small private proprietors, the parents. When the parents fail, charity and the parish step in. If the reader will refer to those 10 cases from Edinburgh I have already quoted in Chapter 3, Part 1, he will note that in 8 out of the 10 there comes in the eleemosynary element. In the 7th case especially, he will get an inkling of its waste. A change in the system that diminished, though it by no means abolished, this separate dependence of children upon parents, each child depending upon those pieces from its particular parental feast, need not necessarily diminish the amount of wheat or leather or milk in the world. The children would still get the bread and milk and boots, but through different channels and in a different spirit. They might even get more. The method of making and distribution will evidently have to be a different one and run counter to currently accepted notions. That is all. Not only is it true that a change of system need not diminish the amount of food in the world, it might even increase it. The socialist declares that his system would increase it. He proposes a method of making and distribution, a change in industrial conditions and in the conventions of property that he declares will not only diminish but greatly increase the production of the world, and changes in the administration that he is equally convinced will ensure a far juster and better use of all that is produced. This side of his proposals we will proceed to consider in our next chapter. Chapter 4. The second main generalization of socialism. Part 1. We have considered the socialist criticism of the present state of affairs in relation to the most important of all public questions, the question of the welfare and upbringing of the next generation. We have stated the general principle of social reconstruction that emerges from that criticism. We have now to enter upon the question of ways and means, the economic question. We have to ask whether the vision we have conjured up of a whole population well-fed, well-clad, well-educated, in a word, well brought up, is, after all, only an amiable dream. Is it true that humanity is producing all that it can produce at the present time, and managing everything about as well as it can be managed? That, as a matter of fact, there isn't enough of food and care to go round, and hence the unavoidable anxiety in the life of everyone, except in the case of a small minority of exceptionally secure people, and the absolute wretchedness of vast myriads of the poorer sort? The socialist says no. He asserts that our economic system is as chaotic and wasteful as our system of rearing children, is only another aspect of the same plainlessness, that it does work with a needless excess of friction, that it might be far simpler and almost infinitely more productive than it is. Let us detach ourselves a little from our everyday habits of thinking in these matters. Let us cease to take customary things for granted, and let us try and consider how our economic arrangements would strike a disinterested intelligence that looked at them freshly for the first time. Let us take some matter of primary economic importance, such as the housing of the population, and do our best to criticize it in this spirit of personal aloofness. In order to do that, let us try to detach ourselves a little from our own personal interest in these affairs. Imagine a mind ignorant of our history and traditions, coming from some other sphere, from some world more civilized, from some other planet perhaps, to this earth. Would our system of housing strike it as the very wisest and most practical possible? Would it really seem to be the attainable maximum of outcome for human exertion? Or would it seem confused, disorderly, wasteful, and bad? The socialist holds that the latter would certainly be the verdict of such an impartial examination. What would our visitor find in such a country as England, for example? He would find a few thousand people housed with conspicuous comfort and sumptuousness in large, airy and often extremely beautiful homes equipped with every convenience, except such as economize labor and waited on by many thousands of attendants. He would find next several hundreds of thousands in houses reasonably well built, but for the most part ill-designed and unpleasant to the eye. Houses passably sanitary and convenient, fitted with bathrooms, with properly equipped kitchens, usually with a certain space of air and garden about them. And the rest of our millions he would find crowded into houses evidently too small for a decent life, and often dreadfully dirty and insanitary, without proper space or appliances to cook properly, wash properly, or indeed perform any of the fundamental operations of a civilized life tolerably well, without, indeed, even the privacy needed for common decency. In the towns, he would find most of the houses occupied by people for whose needs they were obviously not designed, and in many cases extraordinarily crowded, ramshackle, and unclean. In the country, he would be amazed to find still denser congestion, sometimes a dozen people in one miserable, tumble-down, outwardly picturesque and inwardly abominable two-roomed cottage, people living up against pigsties and drawing water from wells they could not help but contaminate. Think of how the intimate glimpses from the railway train one gets into people's homes upon the outskirts of any of our large towns would impress him. And being, as we assume, clear-minded and able to trace cause and effect, he would see all this disorder working out in mortality, disease, misery, and intellectual and moral failure. All this would strike our visitor as a very remarkable state of affairs for reasonable creatures to endure, and probably he would not understand at first that millions of people were content to regard all this disorder as the permanent lot of humanity. He would assume that this must be a temporary state of affairs due to some causes unknown to him, some great migration, for example. He would suppose we were all busy putting things right. He would see on the one hand unemployed labor and unemployed material, on the other great areas of suitable land and the crying need for more and better homes than the people had, and it would seem the most natural thing in the world that the directing intelligence of the community should set the unemployed people to work with the unemployed material upon the land to house the whole population fairly and well. There exists all that is needed to house the whole population admirably, the building material, the room, the unoccupied hands. Why is it not being done? Our answer would be, of course, that he did not understand our difficulties. The land was not ours to do as we liked with. It did not belong to the community but to certain persons, the owners, who either refused to let us build upon it or buy it or have anything to do with it, or demanded money we could not produce for it. That equally the material was not ours, but belonged to certain other owners, and that thirdly, the community had insufficient money or credit to pay the wages and maintenance and equipment of the workers who starved and degenerated in our streets, for that money too was privately owned. This would puzzle our visitor considerably. "Why do you have owners?" he would ask. We might find that difficult to answer. "But why do you let the land be owned?" he would go on. "You don't let people own the air, and these bricks and timber you mustn't touch, the mortar you need and the gold you need. They all came out of the ground. They all belonged to everybody, or nobody a little while ago. You would say something indistinct about property. But why? Somebody must own the things. Well, let the state own the things and use them for the common good. It owns the roads, it owns the foreshores and the territorial seas. Nobody owns the air." If you entered upon historical explanations with him, you would soon be in difficulties. You would find that so recently as the feudal system, which was still living so to speak yesterday, the king who stood for the state held the land as the realm, and the predecessors of the present owners held under him merely as the administrative officials who performed all sorts of public services and had all sorts of privileges thereby. They have dropped the services and stuck to the land and the privileges, that is all. I begin to perceive, our visitor would say as this became clear. Your world is under the spell of an exaggerated idea. This preposterous idea there must be an individual owner for everything in the world. Obviously, you can't get on while you are under the spell of that. So long as you have this private ownership in everything, there's no help for you. You cut up your land and material in parcels of all sorts and sizes among this multitude of irresponsible little monarchs. You let all the material you need get distributed among another small swarm of owners, and clearly you can only get them to work for public ends in the most roundabout, tedious, and wasteful way. Why should they? They're very well satisfied as they are. But if the community as a whole insisted that this idea of private ownership you have in regard to land and natural things was all nonsense, and it is all nonsense, just think what you might not do with it now that you have all the new powers and lights that science has given you. You might turn all your towns into garden cities, put an end to overcrowding, abolish smoky skies. Hush, I should have to interrupt. If you talk of the things that are clearly possible in the world today, they will say you are an utopian dreamer. But at least one thing would have become clear: the little swarm of owners and their claims standing in the way of any bold collective dealing with housing or any such public concern. The real work to be done here is to change an idea, that idea of ownership, to so modify it that it will cease to obstruct the rational development of life, and that is what the socialist seeks to do. Part 2. Now the argument that the civilized housing of the masses of our population now is impossible, because if you set out to do it, you come up against the veto of the private owner at every stage, can be applied to almost every general public service. Some little while ago, I wrote a tract for the Fabian Society about boots. See Note 3, and I will not apologize for repeating here a passage from that. To begin with, this tract pointed out the badness, unhealthiness, and discomfort of people's footwear as one saw it in every poor quarter, and asked why it was that things were in so disagreeable a state. There was plenty of leather in the world, plenty of labour. Note 3. The misery of boots. It is intended as an introductory tract explaining the central idea of socialism for propaganda purposes, and it is published by the Fabian Society of 3 Clements Inn, London, at 3d. That, together with my tract Socialism and the Family, A.C. Fifield, 44 Fleet Street, London, 6d, gives the whole broad outline of the socialist attitude. Here, on the one hand, you can see for yourself, in any unfashionable part of Great Britain, are people badly, uncomfortably, painfully shod in old boots, rotten boots, sham boots. And on the other great stretches of land in the world, with unlimited possibilities of cattle and leather, and great numbers of people who, either through wealth or trade disorder, are doing no work. And our question is, why cannot the latter set to work and make and distribute boots? Imagine yourself trying to organize something of this kind of freebooting expedition, and consider the difficulties you would meet with. You would begin by looking for a lot of leather. Imagine yourself setting off to South America, for example, to get leather, beginning at the very beginning by setting to work to kill and flay a herd of cattle. You find at once you are interrupted. Along comes your first obstacle in the shape of a man who tells you the cattle and the leather belong to him. You explain that the leather is wanted for people who have no decent boots in England. He says he does not care a rap what you want it for. Before you may take it from him, you have to buy him off. It is his private property, this leather, and the herd and the land over which the herd ranges. You ask him how much he wants for his leather, and he tells you frankly, just as much as he can induce you to give. If he chanced to be a person of exceptional sweetness of disposition, you might perhaps argue with him. You might point out to him that this project of giving people splendid boots was a fine one that would put an end to much human misery. He might even sympathize with your generous enthusiasm. But you would, I think, find him adamantine in his resolve to get just as much out of you for his leather as you could with the utmost effort pay. Suppose now you said to him, "But how did you come by this land and these herds so that you can stand between them and the people who need of them, exacting this profit?" He would probably either embark upon a long rigmarole, or what is much more probable, lose his temper and decline to argue. Pursuing your doubt as to the rightfulness of his property in these things, you might admit he deserved a certain reasonable fee for the rough care he had taken of the land and herds. But cattle breeders are a rude and violent race, and it is doubtful if you would get far beyond your proposition of a reasonable fee. You would, in fact, have to buy off this owner of the leather at a good thumping price, he exacting just as much as he could get from you, if you wanted to go on with your project. Well, then you would have to get your leather here, and to do that you would have to bring it by railway and ship to this country. And here again, you would find people without any desire or intention of helping your project, standing in your course resolved to make every possible penny out of you on your way to provide sound boots for everyone. You would find the railway was private property and had an owner or owners. You would find the ship was private property with an owner or owners, and that none of these would be satisfied for a moment with a mere fee adequate to their services. They too would be resolved to make every penny of profit out of you. If you made inquiries about the matter, you would probably find the real owners of railway and ship were companies of shareholders, and the profit squeezed out of your poor people's boots at this stage went to fill the pockets of old ladies at Torquay, spendthrifts in Paris, well-booted gentlemen in London clubs, all sorts of glossy people. Well, you get the leather to England at last, and now you want to make it into boots. You take it to a centre of population, invite workers to come to you, erect sheds and machinery upon a vacant piece of ground, and start off in a sort of fury of generous industry, boot-making. Do you? There comes along an owner for that vacant piece of ground, declares it is his property, demands an enormous sum for rent. And your workers all around you, you find, cannot get house room until they have paid rent. Every inch of the country is somebody's property, and a man may not shut his eyes for an hour without the consent of some owner or other. And the food your shoemakers eat, the clothes they wear, have all paid tribute and profit to landowners, cart owners, house owners, endless tribute over and above the fair pay for work that has been done upon them. So one might go on, but you begin to see now one set of reasons at least why everyone has not good, comfortable boots. There could be plenty of leather, and there is certainly plenty of labour, and quite enough intelligence in the world to manage that and 1,000 other desirable things. But this institution of private property in land, and naturally produced things, these obstruct claims that prevent you using ground or moving material, and that have to be bought out at exorbitant prices, stand in the way. All these owners hang like parasites upon your enterprise at its every stage, and by the time you get your sound boots well made in England, you will find them costing about £1 a pair, high out of reach of the general mass of people. And you will perhaps not think me fanciful and extravagant when I confess that when I realize this and look at poor people's boots in the street and see them cracked and misshapen and altogether nasty, I seem to see also a lot of little phantom landowners, cattle owners, house owners, owners of all sorts, swarming over their pinched and weary feet like leeches, taking much and giving nothing, and being the real cause of all such miseries. Part 3. Our visitor would not only be struck by the clogging of our social activities through this system of leaving everything to private enterprise, he would also be struck by the immense wastefulness. Everywhere he would see things in duplicate and triplicate. Down the high street of any small town he would find 3 or 4 butchers, mostly selling New Zealand mutton and Argentine beef as English, 5 or 6 grocers, 3 or 4 milk shops, 1 or 2 big drapers, and 3 or 4 small haberdashers, milliners, and fancy shops, 2 or 3 fishmongers, all very poor, all rather bad, most of them in debt, and with their assistants all insecure and underpaid. He would find, in spite of this wealth of competition, that everyone who could contrive it, all the really prosperous people in fact, bought most of their food and drapery from big London firms. But why should I go on writing fresh arguments when we have Elihu's classic tract, Note 4, to quote? Note 4. Elihu's tracts are published by the Independent Labour Party at 1 penny each. The best are, Whose Dog Art Thou? A Nation of Slaves, Milk and Postage Stamps, A Corner in Flesh and Blood, and Simple Division. Observe how private enterprise supplies the streets with milk. At 7:30, a milk cart comes lumbering along and delivers milk at one house and away again. Half an hour later, another milk cart arrives and delivers milk, first on this side of the street and then on that, until 7 houses have been supplied, and then he departs. During the next 3 or 4 hours, 4 other milk carts put in an appearance at varying intervals, supplying a house here and another there, until finally, as it draws towards noon, their task is accomplished and the street supplied with milk. The time actually occupied by one and the other of these distributors of milk makes in all about 1 hour and 40 minutes. 6 men and 6 horses and carts being required for the purpose, and these equipages rattle along one after the other all over the district through the greater part of the day in the same erratic and extraordinary manner. Part 4. Our imaginary visitor would probably quite fail to grasp the reasons why we do not forthwith shake off this obstructive and harmful idea of private ownership, dispossess our landlords, and so forth as gently as possible, and set to work upon collective housing and the rest of it. And so he would exit wondering. But that would be only the opening of the real argument. A competent anti-socialist of a more terrestrial experience would have a great many very effectual and very sound considerations to advance in defence of the present system. He might urge that our present way of doing things, though it was sometimes almost as wasteful as nature when fresh spawn or pollen germs are scattered, was in many ways singularly congenial to the infirmities of humanity. The idea of property is a spontaneous product of the mortal mind. Children develop it in the nursery and are passionately alive to the difference of meum and teum, and its extension to land, subterranean products, and wild, free things, even if it is under analysis a little unreasonable, was at least singularly acceptable to humanity. And there would be admirable soundness in all this. There can be little or no doubt that the conception of personal ownership has in the past contributed elements to human progress that could have come through no other means. It has allowed private individuals in odd corners to try experiments in new methods and new appliances that the general intelligence, such as it was, of the community could not have understood. For all its faults, our present individualistic order, compared not simply with the communism of primitive tribes, but even with the personal and largely illiterate control of the medieval feudal governments, is a good, efficient working method. I don't think a socialist need quarrel with the facts of history or human nature. But he would urge that private ownership is only a phase, though no doubt quite a necessary phase in human development. The world has needed private ownership just as, Lester F. Ward declares, see Note 5, it once needed slavery to discipline men and women to agricultural and habits of industry. And just as it needed autocratic kings to weld warring tribes into nations and nations into empires, to build high roads, end private war, and establish the idea of law and a wider-than-tribal loyalty. But just as Western Europe has passed out of the phases of slavery and of autocracy, which is national slavery, into constitutionalism, so, he would hold, we are passing out of the phase of private ownership of land and material and food. We are doing so not because we reject it, but because we have worked it out, because we have learnt its lessons and can now go on to a higher and finer organization. Note 5. Pure Sociology, page 271 to 272, by Lester F. Ward, The Macmillan Company, New York. There, the anti-socialist would join issue with a lesser advantage. He would have to show not only that private ownership has been serviceable and justifiable in the past, which many socialists admit quite cheerfully, but that it is the crown and perfection of human methods, which the socialists flatly deny. Universal private ownership, an extreme development of the sentimental of individual autonomy, and the limitation of the state to the merest police functions, were a necessary outcome of the breakdown of the unprogressive authoritative feudal system, in alliance with a dogmatic church. It reached its maximum in the 18th century, when even some of the prisons and workhouses were run by private contract, when people issued a private money. The old token coinage, and even regiments of soldiers were raised by private enterprise. It was, the socialist alleges, a mere phase of that breaking up of the old social edifice, a weakening of the old circle of ideas that had to precede the new constructive effort. But with land, with all sorts of property and all sorts of businesses and public services, just with the old isolated private family, the old separateness and independence is giving way to a new synthesis. The idea of private ownership, albeit still the ruling idea of our civilization, does not rule nearly so absolutely as it did. It weakens and falters before the inexorable demands of social necessity, manifestly under our eyes. The socialist would be able to appeal to a far greater number of laws in the nature of limitation of the owner of property than could be quoted to show the limitation of the old supremacy of the head of the family. In the first place, he would be able to point to a constantly increasing interference with the right of the landowner to do what he liked with his own, building regulations, intervention to create allotments, and so forth. Then there would be a vast mass of factory and industrial legislation, controlling, directing, prohibiting, fencing machinery, interfering on behalf of health, justice, and public necessity with the owner's free bargain with his workpeople. His business undertakings would be under limitations his grandfather never knew. Even harmless adulterations that merely intensify profit forbidden him. And in the next place, and still more significant, is the manifest determination to keep in public hands many things that would once inevitably have become private property. For example, in the Middle Victorian period, a water supply, a gas supply, a railway or tramway was inevitably a private enterprise, the creation of a new property. Now this is the exception rather than the rule. While gas and water and trains were supplied by speculative owners for profit, Electric light and power, new tramways and light railways are created in an increasing number of cases by public bodies who retain them for the public good. Nobody who travels to London as I do regularly in the dirty, overcrowded carriages of the infrequent and unpunctual trains of the South Eastern Company, and who then transfers to the cleanly speedy, frequent, in a word, civilised, electric cars of the London County Council, can fail to estimate the value and significance of this supersession of the private owner by the common weal. All these things, the Socialists insist, are but a beginning. They point to a new phase in social development, to the appearance of a collective intelligence and a sense of public service taking over appliances, powers, enterprises with a growing confidence that must end finally in the substitution of collective for private ownership and enterprise throughout the whole area of the common business of life. Part 5. In relation to quite a number of large public services, it can be shown that even under contemporary conditions, private ownership does work with an enormous waste and inefficiency. Necessarily, it seeks for profit. Necessarily, it seeks to do as little as possible for as much as possible. The prosperity of all Kent is crippled by a combine of two ill-managed and unenterprising railway companies, with no funds for new developments, grinding out an uncertain dividend by clipping expenditure. I happen to see this organisation pretty closely, and I can imagine no state enterprise west of Turkey or Persia presenting even to the passing eye so deplorable a spectacle of ruin and inefficiency. The South Eastern Company's estate at Seabrook presents the dreariest spectacle of incompetent development conceivable. One can see its failure 3 miles away. It is a waste, with an embryo slum in one corner, protected by an extravagant seawall already partly shattered from the sea. Today, November 4th, 1907, the price of the ordinary southeastern stock is 65, and its deferred stock 31, of the London, Chatham and Dover ordinary stock 10.5. An eloquent testimony to the disheartened state of the owners who now cling reluctantly to this disappointing monopoly. Spite of this impoverishment of the ordinary shareholder, this railway system has evidently paid too much profit in the past for efficiency. The rolling stock is old and aging. Much of it is by modern standards abominable. The trains are infrequent, and the shunting operations at local stations, with insufficient sidings and insufficient staffs, produce a chronic dislocation and unpunctuality in the traffic that is exaggerated by the defects of direction evident even in the very timetables. The trains are not well planned. The connections with branch lines are often extremely ill managed. The service is bad to its details. It is the exception rather than the rule to find a ticket office in the morning with change for a £5 note, and, as a little indication of the spirit of the whole machine, I discovered the other day that the conductors upon the south-eastern trams at Hythe start their morning with absolutely no change at all. Recently, the roof of the station at Charing Cross fell in through sheer decay. A whole rich county now stagnates hopelessly under the grip of this sample of private enterprise. Towns fail to grow. Trade flows sluggishly from point to point. No population in the world would stand such a management as it endures at the hands of the South Eastern Railway from any responsible public body. Out would go the whole board of managers at the next election. Consider what would have happened if the London County Council had owned Charing Cross Station 3 years ago. But, manifestly, there is nothing better to be done under private ownership conditions. The common shareholders are scattered and practically powerless, and their collective aim is, at any expense to the public welfare, to keep the price of the shares from going still lower. The South Eastern Railway is only one striking instance of the general unserviceableness of private ownership for public services. Nearly all the British railway companies, in greater or less degree, present now a similar degenerative process. Years of profit sweating, of high dividends, have left them with old stations, old rolling stock, old staffs, bad habits, and diminishing borrowing power. Only a few of these corporations make any attempt to keep pace with invention. It is remarkable now, in an epoch of almost universal progress, how stagnant the British privately owned railways are. One travels nowadays, if anything, with a decrease of comfort from the 1880 accommodation because of the greater overcrowding, and there has been no general increase of speed, no increase in smooth running, no increase in immunity from accident now for quite a number of years. One travels in a dingy box of a compartment that is too ill-lit at night for reading and full of invincible draughts. In winter, the only warmth is too often an insufficient foot-warmer of battered tin, for which the passengers fight fiercely with their feet. An observant person cannot fail to be struck, especially if he is returning from travel upon the state railways of Switzerland or Germany, by the shabby-looking porters on so many of our lines. They represent the standard of good clothing for the year 1848 or thereabouts, and by the bleak misery of many of the stations, the universal dirt that electricity might even now abolish. You dare not drop a parcel on any British railway cushion for fear of the cloud of horrible dust you would raise. You have to put it down softly. Consider, too, the congested, infrequent suburban trains that ply around any large centre of population, the inefficient goods and parcel distribution that hangs up the trade of the local shopman everywhere. Not only in the arrested standard of comfort, but in the efficiency of working, also are our privately owned railways a hopeless discredit to private ownership. None of them, hampered by their present equipment, are able to adapt themselves readily to the new and better mechanism science produces for them, electric traction, electric lighting, and so forth. And it seems to me highly probable that the last steam engines and the last oil lamps in the world will be found upon the southern railway lines of Great Britain. How can they go on borrowing new capital with their stock at the prices I have quoted? And how can they do anything without new capital? The conception of profit-raising that rules our railways takes rather an altogether different direction. It takes the form of attempts to procure a monopoly even of the minor traffic by resisting the development of light railways and of keeping the standard of comfort, decency, and cleanliness low. As for the vast social ameliorations that could be wrought now, and are urgently needed now, by redistributing population through enhanced and cheapened services scientifically planned, and by an efficient collection and carriage of horticultural and agricultural produce, these things lie outside the philosophy of the private owner altogether. They would probably not pay him, and there the matter ends. That they would pay the community enormously does not for one moment enter into his circle of ideas. There can be little doubt that in the next decade or so the secular decay and lagging of the British railway services, which is inevitable under existing conditions, in speed, in comfort, they have long been distanced by continental lines, the probable increase in accidents due to economically administered permanent ways and aging stations and bridges, and the ever more perceptible check to British economic development due to this clogging of the circulatory system, will be of immense value to the socialist propaganda as an object lesson in private ownership. In Italy, the thing has already passed its inevitable climax, and the state is now struggling valiantly to put a disorganized, ill-equipped, and undisciplined network of railways, the legacy of a period of private enterprise, into tolerable working order. Part 6. In a second great public service, there is a perceptible, a growing recognition of the evil and danger of allowing profit-seeking private ownership to prevail, and that is the general food supply. A great quickening of the public imagination in this matter has occurred through the boom of Mr. Upton Sinclair's book, The Jungle, a book every student of the elements of socialism should read. He accumulated a considerable mass of facts about the Chicago stockyards and incorporated them with his story, and so enabled people to realize what they might, with a little imaginative effort, have inferred before. That the slaughtering of cattle and the preparation of meat, when it is done wholly and solely for profit, that is to say, when it is done as rapidly and cheaply as possible, is done horribly. That it is a business cruel to the beasts, cruel to the workers, and dangerous to the public health. The United States has long recognized the inadequacy of private consciences in this concern, and while all the vast profits of the business go to the meat packers, the community has maintained an insufficient supply of underpaid and, it is said in some cases, bribable inspectors to look after the public welfare. In this country also, slaughtering is a private enterprise, but slightly checked by inspection, and if we have no Chicago, we probably have all its mean savings. Its dirt and carelessness and filth, scattered here and there all over the country, a little in this privately owned slaughterhouse, a little in that. For what inducement has a butcher to spend money and time in making his slaughterhouse decent, sanitary, and humane above the standard of his fellows? To do that will only make him poor and insolvent. Anyhow, few of his customers will come to see their meat butchered, and, as they say in the south of England, what the eye don't see, the heart don't grieve. Many witnesses concur in declaring that our common jam, pickle, and preserve trade is carried on under equally filthy conditions. If it is not, it is a miracle, in view of the inducements the private owner has to cut his expenses, economize on premises and wages, and buy his fruit as near decay and his sugar as near as dirt as he can. The scandal of our milk supply is an open one. It is more and more evident that so long as private ownership rules the milk trade, we can never be sure that, at every point in the course of the milk from the cow to consumer, there will not creep in harmful and dishonest profit-making elements. The milking is too often done dirtily from dirty cows and into dirty vessels. Why should a businessman fool away his profits in paying for scrupulous cleanliness when it is almost impossible to tell at sight whether milk is clean or dirty? And there come more or less harmful dilutions and adulterations and exposures to infection at every handling, at every chance at profit-making. The unavoidable inefficiency of the private milk trade reflects itself in infant mortality. We pay our national tribute to private enterprise in milk, a tribute of many thousands of babies every year. We try to reduce this tribute by inspection. But why should the state pay money for inspection, upon keeping highly trained and competent persons merely to pry and persecute in order that private incompetent people should reap profits with something short of a maximum of child murder? It would be much simpler to set to work directly, employ and train these private persons, and run the dairies and the milk distribution ourselves. There is an equally strong case for a public handling of bakehouses and the bread supply. Already the public is put to great and entirely unremunerative expense in inspecting and checking weights and hunting down the grosser instances of adulteration, grubbiness, and dirt. And with it all, the common bakehouse remains for the most part a subterranean haunt of rats, mice, and cockroaches. And the ordinary baker's bread is so insipid and unnutritious that a great number of more prosperous people nowadays find it advantageous to health and pocket alike to bake at home. A considerable amount of physical degeneration may be connected with the general poorness of our bread. The plain fact of the case is that our population will never get good wholesome bread from the private owner's bakehouse until it employs one skilled official to watch every half-dozen bakers and another to watch him, and it seems altogether saner and cheaper to abolish the private owner in this business also, and do the job cleanly, honestly and straightforwardly in proper buildings with properly paid labour as a public concern. Now, what has been said of the food supply is still truer of the trade in fuel. Between the consumer and the collier is a string of private persons, each resolved to squeeze every penny of profit out of the coal on its way to the cheap and wasteful grate one finds in the jerry-built homes of the poor. In addition, there is every winter now, whether in Great Britain or America, a manipulation of the coal market and a more or less severe coal famine. Coal is jerked up to unprecedented prices, and the small consumer, who has no place for storage, who must buy, if not from day to day, from week to week, finds he must draw upon his food fund and his savings to meet the private owner's raised demands, or freeze. Every such coal famine reaps its harvest for death of old people and young children, and wipes out so many thousands of savings bank accounts and hoarded shillings. Consider the essential imbecility of allowing the nation's life and the nation's thrift to be preyed upon for profit in this way. It is possible to doubt that the civilized community of the future will have to resume possession of all its stores of fuel, will keep itself informed of the fluctuating needs of its population, and will distribute and sell coal, gas and oil, not for the maximum profit, but the maximum general welfare. See Note 6. Note 6. In Dakota, 1906-1907, private enterprise led to a particularly severe coal famine in the bitterest weather, and the shortage was felt so severely that the population rose and attacked and stopped passing coal trains. Another great branch of trade in which private ownership and private freedom is manifestly antagonistic to the public welfare is the drink traffic. Here we have a commodity, essentially a drug, its use readily developing a vice, deleterious at its best, complex in composition, and particularly susceptible to adulteration and the enhancement of its attraction by poisonous ingredients, and indeed to every sort of mischievous, secret manipulation. Probably nothing is more rarely found pure and honest than beer or whiskey. Whiskey begins to be blended and doctored before it leaves the distillery, and we allow the production and distribution of this drug of alcoholic drink to be from first to last a source of private profit. We so contrive it that we put money prizes upon the propaganda of drink. Is it any wonder that drink is not only made by adulteration far more evil than it naturally is, but that it is forced upon the public in every possible way? "He tempts them to drink," I have heard a clergyman say of his village publican. But what else did he think the publican was there for? To preach total abstinence? Naturally, inevitably, the whole of the trade is a propaganda, not of drunkenness, but of habitual heavy drinking. The more successful propagandists, the great brewers and distillers, grow rich just in the proportion that people consume beer and spirits. They gain honour and peerages in the measure of their success. It is very interesting to the socialist to trace the long struggle of the temperance movement against its initial ideas of freedom, and to see how inevitably the most reluctant and unlikely people have been forced to recognize private ownership in this trade and for profit as the ultimate evil. I am delighted to have at hand an excellent little tract by A. Ratepayer, National Efficiency and the Drink Traffic. It has a preface by Mr. Haldane, and it is as satisfactory a demonstration of the absolute necessity of thoroughgoing socialism in this particular field as any socialist could wish. One encounters the Bishop of Chester, for example, in its pages, talking the purest socialism, and making the most luminous admissions of the impossibility of continued private control in phrases that need but a few verbal changes to apply equally to milk, to meat, to bread, to housing, to bookselling. See Note 7. Note 7. For a clear and admirable account of the socialist attitude to the temperance question, see the tract on municipal drink traffic published by the Fabian Society, price 1 penny. Part 7. Land and housing, railways, food, drink, coal. In each of these great general interests, there is a separate, strong case for the substitution of collective control for the private ownership methods of the present time. There is a great and growing number of people like A. Ratepayer and Mr. Haldane, who do not call themselves socialists, but who are yet strongly tinged with socialist conceptions, who are convinced, some in the case of the land, some in the case of the drink trade or the milk, that private ownership and working for profit must cease. But they will not admit a general principle, they argue each case on its merits. The socialist maintains that, albeit the details of each problem must be studied apart, there does underlie all these cases and the whole economic situation at the present time one general fact, that through our whole social system, from top to base, we find things under the influence of a misleading idea that must be changed, and which, until it is changed, will continue to work out in waste, unserviceableness, cramped lives, and suffering and death. Each man is for himself. That is this misleading idea, seeking, perforce, ends discordant with the general welfare. Who serves the community without exacting pay goes under. Who exacts pay without service prospers and continues. Success is not to do well. It is to have and to get. Failure is not to do ill. It is to lose and not have. And under these conditions, how can we expect anything but dislocated, unsatisfying service at every turn? The contemporary anti-socialist moralist and the social satirist would appeal to the owner's sense of duty. He would declare in a platitudinous tone that property has its duties as well as its rights, and so forth. The socialist, however, looks a little deeper and puts the thing differently. He brings both rights and duties to a keener scrutiny. What underlies all these social disorders, he alleges, is one simple thing, a misconception of property, an unreasonable exaggeration, an accumulated, inherited exaggeration of the idea of property. He says the idea of private property, which is just and reasonable in relation to intimate personal things, to clothes, appliances, books, one's homes or apartments, the garden one loves, or the horse one rides, has become unreasonably exaggerated until it obsesses the world. That the freedom we have given men to claim and own and hold the land upon which we must live, the fuel we burn, the supplies of food and metal we require, the railways and ships upon which our business goes, and to fix what prices they like to exact for all these services, leads to the impoverishment and practical enslavement of the mass of mankind. And so he comes to his second main generalization, which I may perhaps set out in these words. The idea of the private ownership of things and the rights of owners is enormously and mischievously exaggerated in the contemporary world. The conception of private property has been extended to land, to material, to the values and resources accumulated by past generations, to a vast variety of things that are properly the inheritance of the whole race. As a result of this, there is much obstruction and waste of human energy and a huge loss of opportunity and freedom for the mass of mankind. Progress is retarded. There is a vast amount of avoidable wretchedness, cruelty, and injustice. The socialist holds that the community as a whole should be inalienably the owner and administrator of the land, of raw materials, of values and resources accumulated from the past, and that private property must be of a terminable nature, reverting to the community and subject to the general welfare. This is the second of the twin generalizations upon which the edifice of modern socialism rests. Like the first, and like the practical side of all sound religious teaching, it is a specific application of one general rule of conduct, and that is the subordination of the individual motive to the happiness and welfare of the species. Part 8. But now the reader, unaccustomed to socialist discussion, will begin to see the crude form of the answer to the question raised by the previous chapter. He will see the resources from which the enlargement of human life we there contemplated is to be derived, and realize the economic methods to be pursued. Collective ownership is the necessary corollary of collective responsibility. There are to be no private landowners, no private bankers and lenders of money, no private insurance adventurers, no private railway owners nor shipping owners, no private mine owners, oil kings, silver kings, coal and wheat forestallers, or the like. All this realm of property is to be resumed by the state, is to be state-owned and state-managed, and the vast revenues that are now devoted to private ends will go steadily to feed, maintain, and educate a new and better generation, to promote research and advance science, to build new houses, develop fresh resources, plant, plan, beautify, and reconstruct the world. Chapter 5. The Spirit of Gain and the Spirit of Service. Part 1. We have stated now how the constructive plan of socialism aims to replace the accepted ideas about two almost fundamental human relations by broader and less fiercely egotistical conceptions. How it denies a man property rights over his wife and children, leaving, however, all his other relations with them intact, how it would ensure and protect their welfare, and how it asserts that a vast range of inanimate things, also which are now held as private property, must be regarded as the inalienable possession of the whole community. This change in the circle of ideas, as the Herbartians put it, is the essence of the socialist project. It means no little change. It means a general change in the spirit of living. It means a change from the spirit of gain, which now necessarily rules our lives, to the spirit of service. I have tried to show in the preceding chapter that socialism seeks to make life less squalid and cruel, less degrading and dwarfing for the children that are born into it. And I have tried also to make clear that realization of, and revolt against, the bad management and waste and muddle which result from our present economic system. I want now to point out that socialism seeks to ennoble the intimate personal life by checking and discouraging passions that at present run rampant, and by giving wider scope for passions that are now thwarted and subdued. The socialist declares that life is now needlessly dishonest, base, and mean, because our present social organization, such as it is, makes an altogether too powerful appeal to some of the very meanest elements in our nature. Not perhaps to the lowest. There can be no disputing that our present civilization does discourage much of the innate bestiality of man, that it helps people to a measure of continence, cleanliness, and mutual toleration, that it does much to suppress brute violence, the spirit of lawlessness, cruelty, and wanton destruction. But on the other hand, it does also check and cripple generosity and frank truthfulness. any disinterested creative passion, the love of beauty, the passion for truth and research. And it stimulates avarice, parsimony, overreaching, usury, falsehood and secrecy by making money-getting its criterion of intercourse. Whether we like it or not, we who live in this world today find we must either devote a considerable amount of our attention to getting and keeping money and shape our activities, or, if you will, distort them with a constant reference to that process, or we must accept futility. Whatever powers men want to exercise, whatever service they wish to do, it is a preliminary condition for most of them that they must, by earning something or selling something, achieve opportunity. If they cannot turn their gift into some saleable thing, or get some propertied man to patronize them, they cannot exercise these gifts. The gift for getting is the supreme gift. All others bow before it. Now this is not a thing that comes naturally out of the quality of man. It is the result of a blind and complex social growth, of this set of ideas working against that, and of these influences modifying those. The idea of property has run wild and become a choking universal weed. It is not the natural master passion of a wholesome man to want constantly to own. People talk of socialism as being a proposal against human nature, and they would have us believe that this life of anxiety, of parsimony and speculation, of mercenary considerations and forced toil we all lead, is the complete and final expression of the social possibilities of the human soul. But indeed, it is only quite abnormal people of a narrow, limited, specialized intelligence, Rockefellers, Morgans, and the like, people neither great nor beautiful, mere financial monomaniacs who can keep themselves devoted to and concentrated upon gain. To the majority of capable good human stuff, buying and selling, saving and investing, insuring oneself and managing property, is a mass of uncongenial, irrational, and tiresome procedure, conflicting with the general trend of instinct and the finer interests of life. The great mass of men and women, indeed, find the whole process so against nature that in spite of all the miseries of poverty, all the slavery of the economic disadvantage, they cannot urge themselves to this irksome cunning game of besting the world. They remain poor. Most, in a sort of despair, make no effort. Many resort to that floundering endeavour to get by accident, gambling. Many achieve a precarious and unsatisfactory gathering of possessions. A few houses, a claim on a field, a few £100 in some investment, as incalculable as a kite in a gale. Just a small minority have and get, for the most part either inheritors of riches or energetic people who, through a real dullness toward the better and nobler aspects of life, can give themselves almost entirely to grabbing and accumulation. To such as these, all common men who are not socialists do, in effect, conspire to give the world. The anti-socialist argues that out of this evil of encouraged and stimulated avarice comes good, and that this peculiar, meanly greedy type that predominates in the individualist world today, the Rockefeller-Harriman type, creates great businesses, exploits the possibilities of nature, gives mankind railways, power, commodities. As a matter of fact, a modern intelligent community is quite capable of doing all these things infinitely better for itself, and the beneficent influence of commerce may easily become, and does easily become, the basis of a cant. Exploitation by private persons is no doubt a necessary condition to the economic development in an illiterate community of low intelligence, just as flint implements marked a necessary phase in the social development of mankind. But today, the avaricious getter, like some obsolete organ in the body, consumes strength and threatens health. And today he is far more mischievous than ever he was before, because of the weakened hold of the old religious organization upon his imagination. For the most part, the great fortunes of the modern world have been built up by proceedings either not socially beneficial or in some cases positively harmful. Consider some of the commoner methods of growing rich. There is first the selling of rubbish for money, exemplified by the great patent, medicine fortunes, and the fortunes achieved by the debasement of journalism, the sale of prize competition magazines, and the like. Next, there is forestalling, the making of corners in such commodities as corn, nitrates, borax, and the like. Then there is the capture of what Americans call franchises, securing at low terms, by expedients that usually will not bear examination, the right to run some profitable public service for private profit which would be better done in public hands. The various private enterprises for urban traffic, for example. Then there are the various more or less complex financial operations, watering stock, reconstructing, shaking out the ordinary shareholder, which transfer the savings of the common struggling person to the financial magnate. All the activities in this list are more or less antisocial. Yet it is by practicing them that the great successes of recent years have been achieved. Fortunes of a second rank have no doubt been made by building up manufactures and industries of various types by persons who have known how to buy labour cheap, organize it well, and sell its produce dear. But even in these cases, the social advantage of the new product is often largely discounted by the labour conditions. It is impossible, indeed, directly one faces current facts, to keep up the argument of the public good achieved by men under the incentive of gain and the necessity of that incentive to progress and economic development. Now, not only is it true that the subordination of our affairs to this spirit of gain placed our world in the hands of a peculiar, acquisitive, uncreative, wary type of person, and that the mass of people hate serving the spirit of gain and are forced to do so through the obsession of the whole community by this idea of private ownership. But it is also true that even now the real driving force that gets the world along is not that spirit at all, but the spirit of service. Even today, it would be impossible for the world to get along if the mass of its population was really specialized for gain. A world of Rockefellers, Morgans, and Rothschilds would perish miserably after a vigorous campaign of mutual skinning. It is only because the common run of men is better than these profit hunters that any real and human things are achieved. Let us go into this aspect of the question a little more fully, because it is one that appears to be least clearly grasped by those who discuss socialism today. Part 2. The fact must be insisted upon that most of the work of the world and all the good work is done today for some other motive than gain. That profit-seeking not only is not the moving power of the world, but that it cannot be. That it runs counter to the doing of effectual work in every department of life. It is hard to know how to set about proving a fact that it is the writer's perception so universally obvious. One can only appeal to the intelligent reader to use his own personal observation upon the people about him. Everywhere he will see the property owner doing nothing, the profit seeker busy with unproductive efforts, with the writing of advertisements, the misrepresentation of goods, the concoction of a plausible prospectus, and the extraction of profits from the toil of others, while the real necessary work of the world, I don't mean the labour and toil only, but the intelligent direction, the real planning and designing and inquiry, the management and the evolution of ideas and methods, is in the enormous majority of cases done by salaried individuals working either for a fixed wage and the hope of increments having no proportional relation to the work done, or for a wage varying within definite limits. All the engineering design, all architecture, all our public services, the exquisite work of our museum control, for example, all the big wholesale and retail businesses, almost all big industrial concerns, mines, estates, all these things are really in the hands of salaried or quasi-salaried persons now, just as they would be under socialism. They are only possible now because all these managers, officials, employees are as a class unreasonably honest and loyal, are interested in their work and anxious to do it well, and do not seek profits in every transaction they handle. Give them even a small measure of security, and they are content with interesting work. They are glad to set aside the urgent perpetual search for personal gain that individualists have persuaded themselves is the ruling motive of mankind. They are glad to set these aside altogether and, as the phrase goes, get something done. And this is true all up and down the social scale. A bricklayer is no good unless he can be interested in laying bricks. One knows whenever a domestic servant becomes mercenary, when she ceases to take, as people say, a pride in her work and thinks only of tips and getting, she becomes impossible. Does a signalman, every time he pulls over a lever, or a groom galloping a horse, think of his wages, or want to? I will confess I find it hard to write with any patience and civility of this argument that humanity will not work except for greed or need of money, and only in proportion to the getting. It is so patently absurd. I suppose the reasonable anti-socialist will hardly maintain it seriously with that crudity. He will qualify. He will say that although it may be true that good work is always done for the interest of the doing or in the spirit of service, yet in order to get and keep people at work, and to keep the standard high through periods of indolence and distraction, there must be the dread of dismissal and the stimulating eye of the owner. That certainly puts the case a good deal less basely and much more plausibly. There is, perhaps, this much truth in that most people do need a certain stimulus to exertion and a certain standard of achievement to do their best. But to say that this is provided by private ownership, and can only be provided by private ownership, is an altogether different thing. Is the British telephone service, for example, kept as efficient as it is, which isn't very much, by the by, in the way of efficiency, by the protests of the shareholders or of the subscribers? Does the grocer's errand boy loiter any less than his brother who carries the post office telegrams? In the matter of the public milk supply again, would not an intelligently critical public, anxious for its milk good and early, be a far more formidable master than a speculative proprietor in the back room of a creamery? And when one comes to large business organizations managed by officials and owned by dispersed shareholders, the contrast is all to the advantage of the community. No. The only proper virtues in work, the virtues that must be relied upon and developed and rewarded in the civilized state we socialists are seeking to bring about, are the spirit of service and the passion for doing well, the honourable competition not to get but to do. By sweating and debasing urgency, we get meagrely done what we might get handsomely done by the good will of emancipated mankind. For all who really make, who really do, the imperative of gain is the inconvenience, the enemy. Every artist, every scientific investigator, every organizer, every good workman knows that. Every good architect knows that this is so and can tell of time after time when he has sacrificed manifest profit and taken a loss to get a thing done as he wanted it done right and well. Every good doctor, too, has turned from profit and high fees to the moving and interesting case, to the demands of knowledge and the public health. Every teacher worth his or her salt can witness to the perpetual struggle between business advantage and right teaching. Every writer has faced the alternative of his aesthetic duty and the search for beauty on one hand and the saleable on the other. All this is as true of ordinary making as of special creative work. Every plumber, capable of his business, hates to have to paint his lead work. Every carpenter knows the disgust of turning out unfinished, cheap work, however well it pays him. Every tolerable cook can feel shame for an unsatisfying dish, and none the less shame because by making it materials are saved and economies achieved. And yet, with all these facts clear as day before any observant person, we are content to live on in an economic system that raises every man who subordinates these wholesome prides and desires to watchful, incessant getting over the heads of every other type of character, that in effect gives all the power and influence in our state to successful getters, that subordinates art, direction, wisdom and labour to these inferior narrow men, these men who clutch and keep. Our social system, based on private ownership, encourages and glorifies this spirit of gain, and cripples and thwarts the spirit of service. You need but have your eyes once opened to its influence, and thereafter you will never cease to see how the needs and imperatives of property taint the honour and dignity of human life. Just where life should flower most freely into splendour, this chill, malign obsession most nips and cripples. The law that makes getting and keeping an imperative necessity poisons and destroys the freedom of men and women in love, in art, and in every concern in which spiritual or physical beauty should be the inspiring and determining factor. Behind all the handsome professions of romantic natures, the gaunt facts of monetary necessity remain the rulers of life. Every youth who must sell his art and capacity for gain, every girl who must sell herself for money, is one more sacrifice to the Minotaur of private ownership, before the Theseus of socialism comes. Opponents of socialism, ignoring all these things and inventing with that profusion which is so remarkable a trait of the anti-socialist campaign, are wont to declare that we, whose first and last thought is the honour and betterment of life, seek to destroy all beauty and freedom in love, accuse us of aiming at some human stud farm. The reader will measure the justice of that by the next chapter. But here I would say that just as the private ownership of all that is necessary to humanity, except the air and sunlight and a few things that it has been difficult to appropriate, debases work and all the common services of life, so also it taints and thwarts the emotions and degrades the intimate physical and emotional existence of an innumerable multitude of people. All this amounts to a huge impoverishment of life, a loss of beauty and discrimination of rich and subtle values. Human existence today is a mere tantalizing imitation of what it might be. It is frostbitten and dwarfed from palace to slum. It is not only that a great mass of our population is deprived of space, beauty and pleasure, but that a large proportion of such space, beauty and pleasure as there are in the world must necessarily have a meretricious taint and be in the nature of things bought and made for pay. Part 3. If there is one profession more than another in which devotion is implied and assumed, it is that of the doctor. It happens that on the morning when this chapter was drafted, I came upon the paragraph that follows. It seemed to me to supply just one striking concrete instance of how life is degraded by our present system, and to offer me a convenient text for a word or so more upon this question between gain and service. It is a little vague in its reference to Mr. Tompkins of Birmingham, and I should not be surprised if it were a considerable exaggeration of what really happened. But it is true enough to life in this, that it is a common practice, a necessity with doctors in poor neighbourhoods to insist inexorably upon a fee before attendance. A case of medical inhumanity is reported from Birmingham. A poor man named Tompkins was taken seriously ill early on Christmas morning, and although snow was falling and the atmosphere was terribly raw, his wife left the house in search of a doctor. The nearest practitioner declined to leave the house without being paid his fee. A second imposed the same condition, and the woman then went to the police station. As the horse ambulance was out, they could not help her, and she tried other doctors. In all, the poor woman called on 8, and the only one who did not decline to get up without his fee was down with influenza. Eventually, a local chemist was persuaded to see the man, and he ordered his removal to the hospital. That is the story. You note the charge of inhumanity in the very first line, and in much subsequent press comment there was the same note. Apparently, everyone expects a doctor to be ready at any point in the day or night to attend anybody for nothing. Most socialists are disposed to agree with the spirit of that expectation. A practicing doctor should be in lifelong perpetual war against pain and disease, just as a campaigning soldier is continually alert and serving. But existing conditions will not permit that. Existing conditions require the doctor to get his fee at any cost. If he goes about doing work for nothing, they punish him with shabbiness and incapacitating need. They forbid his marriage or doom his wife and children to poverty and unhappiness. A doctor must make money whatever else he does or does not do. He must secure his fees. He is a private adventurer, competing in a crowded market for gain, and keeping his energies perforce for those who can pay best for them. To expect him to behave like a public servant whose income and outlook are secure, or like a priest whose church will never let him want or starve, is ridiculous. If you put him on a footing with a greengrocer and a coal merchant, you must expect him to behave like a tradesman. Why should the press blame the poor doctor of a poor neighbourhood because a moneyless man goes short of medical attendance, when it does not for one moment blame Mr. J.D. Rockefeller because a poor man goes short of oil, or the Duke of Devonshire because tramps need lodgings in Eastbourne? One never reads this sort of paragraph. A case of commercial inhumanity is reported from Birmingham. A poor man named Tompkins was seriously hungry early on Christmas morning, and although snow was falling and the atmosphere was terribly raw, his wife left the house in search of food. The nearest grocer declined to supply provisions without being paid his price. A second imposed the same condition, and the woman went to the police station. As that is not a soup kitchen, they could not help her, and she tried other grocers and bread shops. In all, the poor woman called on 8, and the only one who did not decline to supply food without payment was for some reason bankrupt and out of stock. Eventually, a local overseer was persuaded to see the man, and he ordered his removal to the workhouse, where after considerable hardship he was partly appeased with skilly. I myself have known an overworked, financially worried doctor at his bedroom window call out, "Have you brought the fee?" and have pitied and understood his ugly alternatives. Once I begin that sort of thing, he explained to me a little apologetically, they'd none of them pay. None. The socialists' remedy for this squalid state of affairs is plain and simple. Medicine is a public service, an honourable devotion. It should no more be a matter of profit-making than the food supply service or the house supply service or salvation. It should be a part of the organisation of a civilised state to have a public health service of well-paid, highly educated men distributed over the country and closely correlated with public research departments, and a reserve of specialists who would be as ready and eager to face dangers and to sacrifice themselves for honour and social necessity as soldiers or sailors. I believe every honourable man in the medical profession under 40 now would rather it was so. It is indeed a transition from private enterprise to public organisation that is already beginning. We have the first intimation of the change in the appearance of the medical officer of health, underpaid, overworked and powerless though he is at the present time. It cannot be long before the manifest absurdity of our present conditions begins a process of socialization of the medical profession entirely analogous to that which has changed 3/4 of the teachers in Great Britain from private adventurers to public servants in the last 40 years. And that is the aim of socialism all along the line, to convert one public service after another from a chaotic profit scramble of proprietors amidst a mass of sweated employees into a secure and disciplined service, in which every man will work for honour, promotion, achievement, and the common weal. I write a secure and disciplined service, and I intend by that not simply an exterior but an interior discipline. Let us have done with this unnatural theory that men may submit unreservedly to the guidance of self-interest. Self-interest never took a man or a community to any other end than damnation. For all services there is necessary a code of honour and devotion which a man must set up for himself and obey, to which he must subordinate a number of his impulses. The must is seconded by an internal imperative. Men and women want to have a code of honour. In the army, for example, there is among the officers particularly a tradition of courage, cleanliness, and good form, more imperative than any law, in the little band of men who have given the world all that we mean by science. The little host of volunteers and underpaid workers who have achieved the triumphs of research. There is a tradition of self-abnegation and of an immense, painstaking, self-forgetful veracity. Every writer again knows clearly the difference between gain-seeking and doing good work, and few there are who have not at times done something, as they say, to please themselves. Then in the studio, for all the non-moral protests of Bohemia, there is a tradition, an admirable tradition of disregard for mercenary imperatives, a scorn of shams and plagiarism, that triumphs again and again over economic laws. The public services of the coming civilization will demand and will develop a far completer discipline and tradition of honour. Against the development and persistence of all such honourable codes now, against every attempt at personal nobility, at a new chivalry, at sincere artistry, our present individualist system wages pitiless warfare, says in effect, "Fools you are! Look at Rockefeller, look at Pierpont Morgan, get money. All your sacrifices only go to their enrichment. You cannot serve humanity however much you seek to do so. They block your way, enormously receptive of all you give. All the increment of human achievement goes to them. They own it at a priori. Get money. Money is freedom to do, to keep, to rule. Do you care nothing for your wives and children? Are you content to breed servants and dependents for the children of these men? Make things beautiful, make things abundant, make life glorious. Fools, if you work and sacrifice yourselves and do not get, they will possess. Your sons shall be the loanmonger's employees, your daughters handmaidens to the millionaire. Or, if you cannot face that, go childless and let your life work gild the palace of the millionaire's still more acquisitive descendants. Who can ignore the base scramble for money under these alternatives? Part 4. Let me here insert a very brief paragraph to point out one particular thing, and that is that socialism does not propose to abolish competition, as many hasty and foolish antagonists declare. If the reader has gone through what has preceded, this he will know that this is not so. Socialism trusts to competition, looks to competition for the service and improvement of the world. And, in order that competition between man and man may have free play, socialism seeks to abolish one particular form of competition, the competition to get and hold property, even to marry property, that degrades our present world. But it would leave men free to compete for fame, for service, for salaries, for position and authority, for leisure, for love and honour. Part 5. And now let me take up certain difficulties the student of socialism encounters. He comes thus far perhaps with the socialist argument, and then his imagination gets to work trying to picture a world in which a moiety of the population, perhaps even the larger moiety, is employed by the state, and in which the whole population is educated by the state and ensured of a decent and comfortable care and subsistence during youth and old age. He then begins to think of how all this vast organization is to be managed, and with that his real difficulties begin. Now I, for one, am prepared to take these difficulties very seriously, as the latter part of this book will show. I will even go so far as to say, to my mind, the contemporary socialist controversialist meets all this system of objections far too cavalierly. These difficulties are real difficulties for the convinced socialist as for the inquirer. They open up problems that still have to be solved before the equipment of socialism is complete. How will you socialists get the right men in the right place for the work that has to be done? How will you arrange promotion? How will you determine, I put the argument in its crudest form, who is to engage in historical research in the Bodleian, and who is to go out seaward in November and catch mackerel? Such poses, they have 1,000 variants, convey the spirit of the living resistance to socialism. They explain why every rational man is not an enraptured socialist at the present time. Throughout the rest of this book, I hope that the reader will be able to see growing together in this aspect and then in that, in this and that suggestion, the complex solution of this complex system of difficulties. My object in raising them now is not to dispose of them, but to give them the fullest recognition, and to ask the student to read on. In all these matters, the world is imperfect now, and it will still be imperfect under socialism, though, I firmly believe, with an infinitely lesser and altogether nobler imperfection. But I do want to point out here that though these are reasonable and, to all undogmatic men, most helpful criticisms of the socialist design, they are no sort of justification for things as they are. All the difficulties that the ordinary exposition of socialism seems to leave unsolved are at least equally not solved now. Only rarely does the right man seem to struggle to his place of adequate opportunity. Men and women get their chance in various ways. Some of implacable temper and versatile gifts thrust themselves to the position they need for the exercise of their powers. Others display an astonishing faculty in securing honours and occasions they can then only waste. Others, outside their specific gift, are the creatures of luck or the victims of modesty, tactlessness, or incapacity. Most of the large businesses of the world now are in the hands of private proprietors and managed either directly by an owner or by directors or managers acting for directors. The quality of promotion or the recognition of capacity varies very much in these great concerns, but they are on the whole probably inferior to the public services. Even where the administration is keenest, it must be remembered it is not seeking the men who work the machine best, but the men who can work it cheapest and with the maximum of profit. It is pure romancing to represent the ordinary business magnate as being in perpetual search for capacity among the members of his staff. He wants them to get along and not make trouble. Among the smaller businesses that still, I suppose, constitute the bulk of the world's economic body, capacity is enormously hampered. I was once an apprentice in a chemist's shop, and also once in a draper's. Two of my brothers have been shop assistants, and so I am still able to talk understandingly with clerks and employees, and I know that in all that world all sorts of minor considerations obstruct the very beginnings of efficient selection. Every shop is riddled with jealousies. Sucking up to the governor is the universal crime, and among the women in many callings promotion is too often tainted by still baser suspicions. No doubt in a badly criticized public service there is such a thing as sucking up to the head of the department, but at its worst it is not nearly so bad as things may be in a small private concern under a petty autocrat. In America, it is said that the public services are inferior in personal quality to the staffs of the great private business organizations. My own impression is that, considering the salaries paid, they are, so far as federal concerns go, immeasurably superior. In state and municipal affairs, American conditions offer no satisfactory criterion. The Americans are, for reasons I have discussed elsewhere, see Note 8, a state-blind people concentrated upon private getting. They have been negligent of public concerns, and the public appointments have been left to the peculiarly ruffianly type of politician. Their unfortunate constitution and their individualist traditions have evolved. In England, too, public servants are systematically undersalaried, so that the big businesses have merely to pay reasonably well to secure the pick of the national capacity. Moreover, it must be remembered by the reader that the public services do not advertise, and that the private businesses do, so that while there is the fullest ventilation of any defects in our military or naval organization, there is a very considerable check upon the discussion of individualist incapacity. An editor will rush into print with the flimsiest imputations upon the breach of a new field gun or the housing of the militia at Aldershot, but he thinks twice before he proclaims that the preserved fruits that pay his proprietor a tribute of some hundreds a year are an unwholesome embalmment of decay. On the whole, it is probable that in spite of scandalously bad pay and of the embarrassment of party considerations, the British Navy, Post Office and Civil Service generally, and the educational work and much of the transit and building work of the London County Council, and many of the greater English and Scotch municipalities, are as well managed as any private businesses in the world. Note 8. The Future in America, Chapter 9, Chapman and Hall, 1906. On the other hand, one must admit there are political and social conditions that can carry the quality of the state service almost as low as the lowest type of private enterprise. It is little marvel that under the typical 18th century monarchy, when the way to ship, regiment, and apostolic succession alike lay through the antechamber of the king's mistress, there was begotten that absolute repudiation of state control to which Herbert Spencer was destined at last to give the complete expression, that irrational, passionate belief that whatever else is right, the state is necessarily incompetent and wrong. The gist of this matter seems to be that where you have honourable political institutions, free speech, and a general high level of intelligence and education, you will have an efficient criticism of men and their work and powers, and you will get a wholesome system of public promotion and many right men in the right place. The higher collective intelligence, that is to say, the higher is the collective possibility. Under socialist institutions, which will give education and a sense of personal security to everyone, this necessity of criticism is likely to be most freely, frankly, and disinterestedly provided. But it is well to keep in mind the entire dependence of socialism upon a high level of intelligence, education, and freedom. Socialist institutions, as I understand them, are only possible in a civilized state, in a state in which the whole population can read, write, discuss, participate, and in a considerable measure understand. Education must precede the socialist state. Socialism, modern socialism, that is to say, such as I am now concerned with, is essentially an exposition of and training in certain general ideas. It is impossible in an illiterate community, a basely selfish community, or in a community without the capacity to use the machinery and the apparatus of civilization. At the best, and it is a poor best, a stupid, illiterate population can but mock socialism with a sort of bureaucratic tyranny. For a barbaric population too large and various for the folk meeting, there is nothing but monarchy and the ownership of the king. For a savage tribe, tradition and the undocumented will of the strongest males. Socialism, I will admit, presupposes intelligence and demands as fundamental necessities schools, organized science, literature, and a sense of the state. Chapter 6. Would Socialism Destroy the Home? Part 1. For reasons that will become clearer when we tell something of the early history and development of socialism, the socialist propositions with regard to the family lie open to certain grave misconceptions. People are told, and told quite honestly and believingly, that socialism will destroy the home, will substitute a sort of human stud farm for that warm and intimate nest of human life, will bring up our children in incubators and creches and institutions generally. But before we come to what modern socialists do desire in these matters, it may be well to consider something of the present reality of the home people are so concerned about. The reader must not idealize. He must not shut his eyes to facts, dream as Lord Hugh Cecil and Lord Robert Cecil, those admirable champions of a bad cause, probably do, of a beautiful world of homes, orderly, virtuous, each a little human fastness, each with its porch and creeper, each with its books and harmonium, its hymn-singing on Sunday night, its dear mother who makes such wonderful cakes, its strong and happy father, and then say, "These wicked socialists want to destroy all this," because, in the first place, such homes are being destroyed and made impossible now by the very causes against which socialism fights, and because in this world, at the present time, very few homes are at all like this ideal. In reality, every poor home is haunted by the spectre of irregular employment and undermined by untrustworthy insurance. It must shelter in insanitary dwellings, and its children eat adulterated food because none other can be got. And that, I am sorry to say, it is only too easy to prove by a second appeal to a document of which I have already made use. One hears at times still of the austere, virtuous, kindly, poor Scotch home. One has a vision of the cotter's Saturday night, Perish all other dreams, one cries, rather than that such goodness and simplicity should end. But now, let us look at the average poor Scotch home and compare it with our dream. Here is the reality. These entries come from the recently published Edinburgh charity organisation Society's report upon the homes of about 1,400 school children, that is to say, about 800 Scotch homes. Remember, they are sample homes. They are, as I have already suggested by quoting authorities from London and York, and as many district visitors will recognise, little worse and little better than the bulk of poor people's homes in Scotland and England at the present time. I am just going to copy down, not a selection, mind, but a series of consecutive entries taken haphazard from this implacable list. My last quotation was from cases 1, 2, 3, and so on. I've now thrust my fingers among the pages and come up upon numbers 191 and 192, etc. Here they are, one after the other, just as they come in the list. Case 191. A widow and a child lodging with a married son. 3 grown-up people and 3 children occupy one room and bed closet. The widow leads a wandering life and is intemperate. The house is thoroughly bad and insanitary. The child is pallid and delicate-looking and receives little attention, for the mother is usually out working. He plays in the streets. 5 children are dead, boy has glands and is flea-bitten. Evidence from police, school officer and employer. Case number 192. A miserable home, father dead, mother and eldest son careless and indifferent. Of the children, the 2 eldest are grown up. The elder girl is working, and she is of a better type and might do well under better circumstances. She looks overworked. The mother is supposed to char. She gets parish relief, and 1 child earns out of school hours. 4 children are dead. The children at school are dirty and ragged. The mother could get work if she did not drink. The children at school get free dinners and clothing, and the family is favourably reported on by the church. The second child, impetigo, neck glands, body dirty. The third, glands, dirty, flea-bitten. Housing, 6 in 2 small rooms. Evidence from parish sister, parish council, school charity, police, teacher, children's employment, and school officer. Case 193. A widow, apparently respectable and well-doing, but may drink. She must in any case have a struggle to maintain her family, though she has much help from parish, church, etc. She works out. The children at school are fed, and altogether a large amount of charity must be received, as 2 churches have interested themselves in the matter. 3 children dead. Housing, 3 in 2 tiny rooms. Evidence from church, parish council, school charity, police, parish sister, teacher, insurance, and factor. Case 194. The father drinks, and, to a certain extent, the mother. But the home is tidy and clean, and the rent is regularly paid. Indeed, there is no sign of poverty. There is a daughter who has got into trouble. Only 2 children out of the 9 are alive. Father comes from the country and seems intelligent enough, but he appears to have degenerated. They go to a mission, it is believed, for what they can get from it. Housing, 4 in 2 rooms. Evidence from club, church, factor, and police. Case 195. The husband is intemperate. The mother is quiet, but is feared that she drinks also. She seems to have lost control of her little boy of 7. The parents married very young, and the first child was born before the marriage. The man's work is not regular, and probably things are not improving with him. Still, the house is fairly comfortable, and they pay club money regularly, and have a good police report. One child has died. Housing, 5 in 2 rooms. Evidence from parish sister, police, club, employer, schoolmistress, and factor. Case 196. A filthy, dirty house. The most elementary notions of cleanliness seem disregarded. The father's earnings are not large and the house is insanitary, but more might be made of things if there were sobriety and thrift. There does not, however, appear to be great drunkenness, and 5 small children must be difficult to bring up on the money coming in. There are 2 women in the house. The eldest child dirty and flea-bitten. Housing, 7 in 2 rooms. Evidence from police, club, employer, schoolmistress, and school officer. Case 197. The parents are thoroughly drunken and dissolute. They have sunk almost to the lowest depths of social degradation. There is no furniture in the house, and the 5 children are neglected and starved. One boy earns a trifle out of school hours. All accounts agree as to the character of the father and the mother, though they have not been in the hands of the police. Second child has rickets, bronchitis, slight glands, and is bow-legged. 2 children have died. Housing, 7 in 2 rooms. Evidence from police, parish sister, employer, and schoolmistress. Case 198. This house is fairly comfortable, and there is no evidence of drink, but the surroundings have a bad and depressing effect on the parents. The children are sent to school very untidy and dirty, and are certainly underfed. The father's wages are very small, and only one boy is working. There are 6 altogether. The mother chars occasionally. Food and clothing is given to the school children. The man is in a saving club. The eldest child flea-bitten, body unwashed. The second, glands, flea-bitten and dirty. Cretinoid, much undergrown. 2 have died. Housing, 7 in 2 rooms. Evidence from school charity, factor, police, and schoolmistress. Case 199. The house was fairly comfortable, and the man appeared to be intelligent and the wife hard-working, but the police reports are very bad. There are several convictions against the former. He has consequently been idle, and the burden of the family has rested on the wife. There are 6 children. 2 of them are working and earning a little, but a large amount of charity from school, church, and private generosity keeps the family going. The children are fearfully verminous. There is a suggestion that some baby farming is done, so many are about. Eldest child anemic, glands, head badly crusted, lice very bad. Second child numerous glands, head covered with crusts, lice very bad. 4 have died. Housing, 8 in 2 rooms. Evidence from police, teacher, church, parish sister, and factor. Case 200. The home is wretched and practically without furniture. The parents were married at ages 17 and 18. 1 child died, and their mode of life has been reckless, if not worse. The present means of subsistence cannot be ascertained, as the man is idle. However, he recently joined the Salvation Army and signed the pledge. The child at school is helped with food and clothes. The girl is very badly bitten, lice and fleas, hair nets. Housing, 4 in 1 room. Evidence from church, school charity, cooperative, employer, parish sister, police, and schoolmistress. Total of children still living, 39. Total of children dead, 27. Need I go on? They are all after this fashion, 800 of them. And if you turn from the congested town to the wholesome, simple country, here is the sort of home you have. This passage is a cutting from the Daily News of January the 1st, 1907, and its assertions have never been contradicted. It fills one with the mildest enthusiasm for the return of our degenerate townsmen back to the land. I came upon it as I read that morning's paper after drafting this chapter. Our attention has been called to a sordid Herefordshire tragedy recently revealed at an inquest on a child aged 1 and 9 months who died in Woolbley Workhouse of pneumonia. She entered the institution emaciated to half the proper weight of her age and with a broken arm, till then undiscovered, that the doctors found to be of about 3 weeks' standing. Her mother was shown to be in an advanced stage of consumption. 1 child had died at the age of 7 months, and 7 now remain. The father, whose work consists in tending 89 head of cattle and 10 pigs, is in receipt of 11 shillings a week, 3 pints of skim milk a day, and a cottage that has been condemned by the sanitary inspector and described as having no bedroom windows. We are not surprised to learn that the coroner, before taking the verdict, asked the house surgeon who gave evidence whether he could say that death was accelerated by anything. Our wonder is that the reply was in the negative. The cottage is in the possession of the farmer who employs the man, but his landlord is said to be liable for repairs. That landlord is a clergyman of the Church of England, a J.P., a preserver of game, and owner of 3,000 or 4,000 acres of land. And here again is the Times, by no means a socialist organ, generalizing from official statements. Houses unfit for human habitation, rooms destitute of light and ventilation, overcrowding in rural cottages, contaminated water supplies, accumulations of every description of filth and refuse, a total absence of drainage, a rain of unbelievable dirt in milk shops and slaughterhouses, a total neglect of bylaws, and an inadequate supervision by officials who are frequently incompetent. Such, in a general way, is the picture that is commonly presented in the reports of inquiries in certain rural districts made by medical officers of the local government board. And even of such homes as this there is an insufficiency. In 1891 to 1895, more than a quarter of the deaths in London occurred in workhouses and other charitable institutions. See Note 9. Now suppose the modern socialist did want to destroy the home. Suppose that some socialists have in the past really wanted to do so. Remember that that is the reality they wanted to destroy. Note 9. Studies Scientific and Social, Volume 2, Chapter 24, by Dr. Alfred Russel Wallace, Macmillan & Co., 1900. But does the modern socialist want to destroy the home? Rather, I hold, he wants to save it from a destruction that is even now going on, to, I won't say, restore it, because I have very grave doubts if the world has ever yet held a high percentage of good homes, but raise it to the level of its better realizations of happiness and security. And it is not only I say this, but all my fellow socialists say it too. Read, for example, that admirable paper, Economic and Social Justice, in Dr. Alfred Russel Wallace's Studies Scientific and Social, and you will have the clearest statement of the attitude of a representative modern socialist to this question. Part 2. The reader must get out of his head the idea that the present system maintains the home and social purity. In London at the present time, there are thousands of prostitutes. In Paris, in Berlin, in every great city of Europe or America, thousands in the whole of Christendom. There cannot be less than 1 million of these ultimate instances of our civilization. They are the logical extremity of a civilization based on cash payments. Each of these women represents a smashed and ruined home and wasted possibilities of honor, service, and love. Each one is so much sheer waste. For the food they consume, their clothing, their lodging, they render back nothing to the community as a whole, and only a gross, dishonoring satisfaction to their casual employers. and don't imagine they are inferior women, that there has been any selection of the unfit in their sterilization. They are, one may see for oneself, well above the average in physical vigor, in spirit, and beauty. Few of them have come freely to their trade, the most unnatural in the world. Few of them have anything but shame and loathing for their life, and most of them must needs face their calling fortified by drinks and drugs. For virtuous people do not begin to understand the things they endure. But it pays to be a prostitute. It does not pay to be a mother and a homemaker, and the gist of the present system of individual property is that a thing must pay to exist. So much for one aspect of our present system of a world of homes. Consider next the great army of employed men and women, shop assistants, clerks, and so forth, living in, milliners, typists, teachers, servants who have practically no prospect whatever of marrying and experiencing those domestic blisses the socialist is supposed to want to rob of them. They are involuntary monks and nuns, celibate not from any high or religious motive, but through economic hardship. Consider all that amount of pent-up, thwarted, or perverted emotional possibility, the sheer irrational waste of life implied. We have glanced at the reality of the family among the poor. What is it among the rich? Does the wealthy mother of the upper middle class or upper class really sit among her teeming children, teaching them in an atmosphere of love and domestic exaltation? As a matter of fact, she is a conspicuously devoted woman if she gives them an hour a day. The rest of the time they spend with nurse or governess, and when they are 10 or 11, off they go to board at the preparatory school. Whenever I find among my press cuttings some particularly scathing denunciation of socialists as home destroyers, as people who want to snatch the tender child from the weeping mother to immure it in some terrible wholesale institution, I am apt to walk out into my garden, from which 3 boarding schools for little children of the prosperous classes are visible, and rub my eyes, and renew that sight, and marvel at my kind. Consider now, with these things in mind, the real drift of the first main socialist proposition, and compare its tendencies with these contemporary conditions. Socialism regards parentage under proper safeguards and good auspices as not only a duty but a service to the state. That is to say, it proposes to pay for good parentage, in other words, to endow the home. Socialism comes not to destroy, but to save. And how will the endowment be done? Very probably it will be found that the most convenient and best method of doing this will be to subsidize the mother, who is or should be the principal person concerned in this affair, for her children, to assist her, not as a charity, but as a right in the period before the birth of her anticipated child, and afterwards to provide her with support for that child so long as it is kept clean, in a tolerable home, in good health, well taught, and properly clad. It will say to the sound mothering woman, not typewriting, nor shirt sewing, nor charring is your business, these children are. Neglect them, ill-treat them, prove incompetent, and your mother right will cease, and we shall take them away from you and do what we can for them. Love them, serve them, and through them, the state and you will serve yourself. Is that destroying the home? Is it not rather the rescue of the home from economic destruction? Certain restrictions, it is true, upon our present way of doing things would follow almost necessarily from the adoption of these methods. It is manifest that no intelligent state would willingly endow the homes of hopelessly diseased parents, of imbecile fathers or mothers, of obstinately criminal persons or people incapable of education. It is evident, too, that the state would not tolerate chance fatherhood, that it would insist very emphatically upon marriage and the purity of the home, much more emphatically than we do now. Such a case as the one numbered 197, a beautiful instance of the sweet old-fashioned, homely, simple life of the poor we socialists are supposed to be vainly endeavouring to undermine, would certainly be dealt with in a drastic and conclusive spirit. Part 3. So far, socialism goes towards regenerating the family and sustaining the home. But let there be no ambiguity on one point. It will be manifest that while it would reinvigorate and confirm the home, it does quite decidedly tend to destroy what has hitherto been the most typical form of the family throughout the world, that is to say, the family which is in effect the private property of the father, the patriarchal family. The tradition of the family in which we are still living, we must remember, has developed from a former state in which man owned the wife or child as completely as he owned horse or hut. He was the family's irresponsible owner. Socialism seeks to make him and his wife its jointly responsible heads. Until quite recently, the husband might beat his wife and put all sorts of physical constraint upon her. He might starve her or turn her out of doors. Her property was his, her earrings were his, her children were his. Under certain circumstances, it was generally recognized he might kill her. Today, we live in a world that has faltered from the rigors of this position, but still clings to its sentimental consequences. The wife nowadays is a sort of pampered and protected half-property. If she leaves her husband for another man, it is regarded not as a public offence on her part, but as a sort of mitigated theft on the part of the latter, entitling the former to damages. Politically, she doesn't exist. The husband sees to all that. But on the other hand, he mustn't drive her by physical force, but only by the moral pressure of disagreeable behaviour. Nor has he the same large powers of violence over her children that once he had. He may beat within limits. He may dictate their education so far as his religious eccentricities go, and be generous or meagre with the supplies. He may use his authority as a vague power far on into their adult life if he is a forcible character. But it is at its best a shorn splendour he retains. He has ceased to be an autocrat and become a constitutional monarch. The state, sustained by the growing reasonableness of the world, intervenes more and more between him and the wife and children who were once powerless in his hands. The socialist would end that old legal predominance altogether. The woman, he declares, must be as important and responsible a citizen in the state as the man. She must cease to be in any sense or degree private property. The man must desist from tyrannizing in the nursery and do his proper work in the world. So far, therefore, as the family is a name for a private property in a group of related human beings, vesting in one of them, the head of the family, socialism repudiates it altogether as unjust and uncivilized. But so far as the family is a grouping of children with their parents, with the support and consent and approval of the whole community, socialism advocates it, would make it for the first time, so far as a very large moiety of our population is concerned, a possible and efficient thing. Moreover, as the present writer has pointed out elsewhere, see Note 10, this putting of the home upon a public basis destroys its autonomy. Just as the socialist and all who have the cause of civilization at heart would substitute for the inefficient, wasteful, irresponsible, unqualified, private adventure school that did such infinite injury to middle-class education in Great Britain during the Victorian period, a public school, publicly and richly endowed, and responsible and controlled, so the socialist would put an end to the uncivilized go-as-you-please of the private adventure family. Socialism, in fact, is the state family. The old family of the private individual must vanish before it, just as the old waterworks of private enterprise or the old gas company. See Note 11. To anyone not idiotic, nor blind with a passionate desire to lie about socialism, the meaning of this passage is perfectly plain. Socialism seeks to broaden the basis of the family and to make the once irresponsible parent responsible to the state for its welfare. Socialism creates parental responsibility. Note 10. Socialism and the Family. A.C. Fifield, 6d. Note 11. Socialism and the Family. Part 4. And here we may give a few words to certain questions that are in reality outside the scope of socialists altogether, special questions involving the most subtle ethical and psychological decisions. Upon them, socialists are as widely divergent as people who are not socialists, and socialism as a whole presents nothing but an open mind. They are questions that would be equally open to discussion in relation to an individualist state or to any sort of state. Certain religious organizations have given clear and imperative answers to some or all of these questions, and so far as the reader is a member of such an organization, he may rest assured that socialism, as an authoritative whole, has nothing to say for or against his convictions. This cannot be made too plain by socialists, nor too frequently repeated by them. A very large part of the so-called arguments against them arise out of deliberate misinterpretations and misconceptions of some alleged socialist position in these indifferent matters. I refer more particularly to the numerous problems in private morality and social organization arising from sexual conduct. May a man love one woman only in his life, or more? And may a woman love only one man? Should marriage be an irrevocable life union or not? Is sterile physical love possible, permissible, moral, honorable, or intolerable? Upon all these matters, individual socialists, like most other people, have their doubts and convictions. But it is no more just to saddle all socialism with their private utterances and actions upon these issues than it would be to declare that the Roman Catholic Communion is hostile to beauty, because worshippers coming and going have knocked the noses off the figures on the bronze doors of the Church of San Zeno at Verona, or that Christianity involves the cultivation of private vermin because of the condition of St. Thomas à Becket's hair shirt. See Note 12. To argue in that way is to give up one's birthright as a reasonable being. Note 12. The haircloth encased the whole body down to the knees, the hair drawers, as well as the rest of the dress, being covered on the outside with white linen so as to escape observation, and the whole so fastened together as to admit of being readily taken off for his daily scourgings, of which yesterday's proportion was still apparent in the stripes on his body. Such austerity had hitherto been unknown to English saints, and the marvel was increased by the sight, to our notions so revolting, of the innumerable vermin with which the haircloth abounded, boiling over with them, as one account describes it, like water in the simmering cauldron. At the dreadful sight all the enthusiasm of the previous night revived with double ardour. They looked at each other in silent wonder, then exclaimed, see what a true monk he was, and we knew it not," and burst into alternate fits of weeping and laughter, between the sorrow of having lost such a head and the joy of having found such a saint. Historical Memorials of Canterbury, by the Reverend Arthur Penryn Stanley, D.D. Upon certain points, modern socialism is emphatic. Women and children must not be dealt with as private property. Women must be citizens equally with men. Children must not be casually born. Their parents must be known and worthy. That is to say, there must be deliberation in begetting children, marriage under conditions. and there socialism stops. Socialism has not even worked out what are the reasonable conditions of a state marriage contract, and it would be ridiculous to pretend it had. This is not a defect in socialism particularly, but a defect in human knowledge. At countless points in the tangle of questions involved, the facts are not clearly known. Socialism does not present any theory whatever about the duration of marriage, whether, as among the Roman Catholics, it should be absolutely for life, or, as some hold, forever, or as among the various divorce-permitting Protestant bodies, until this or that eventuality, or even as Mr. George Meredith suggested some years ago, for a term of 10 years. In these matters, socialism does not decide, and it is quite reasonable to argue that socialism need not decide. Socialism maintains an attitude of neutrality, and the practical effect of an attitude of neutrality is to leave things as they are at present. The state is not urgently concerned with these questions. So long as a marriage contract provides for the health and sanity of the contracting parties, and for their proper behaviour so far as their offspring is concerned, and for so long as their offspring need it, the demands of the community as the guardian of the children are satisfied. That certainly would be the minimum marriage, the state marriage, and I, for my own part, would exact nothing more in the legal contract. But a number of more representative socialists than I are for a legally compulsory life marriage. Some, but they are mostly of the older, less definite social democratic teaching, are for a looser tie. Let us clearly understand that we are here talking of the legal marriage only, the state's share. We are not talking of what people will do, but of how much they are to be made to do. A vast amount of stupid confusion arises from forgetting that. What was needed more than that minimum I have specified would be provided. I believe it always has been provided hitherto, even to excess, by custom, religion, social influence, public opinion. For it may not be altogether superfluous to remind the reader how little of our present moral code is ruled by law. We have in England, it is true, certain laws prescribing the conditions of the marriage contract, penalties of a quite ferocious kind to prevent bigamy, and a few quite trivial disabilities put upon those illegitimately born. But there is no legal compulsion upon anyone to marry now, and far less legal restriction upon irregular and careless parentage than would be put in any scientifically organized socialism. Do let us get it out of our heads that monogamy is enforced by law at the present time. It is not. You are only forbidden to enter into normal marriage with more than one person. If a man of means chooses to have as many concubines as King Solomon and live with them all openly, the law, I am speaking of Great Britain, will do nothing to prevent him. If he chooses to go through any sort of nuptial ceremony, provided it does not simulate a legal marriage, with some or all of them, he may. And to anyone who evades the legal marriage bond, there is a vast range of betrayal and baseness as open as anything can be. Free love is open to anyone who chooses to practice it today. The real controlling force in these matters is social influence, public opinion, a sort of conscience and feeling for the judgment of others that is part of the normal human equipment. And the same motives and considerations that keep people's lives pure and discreet now will be all more freely in operation under socialism, when money will count for less and reputation for more than they do now. Modern socialism is a project to change the organization of living and the circle of human ideas, but it is no sort of scheme to attempt the impossible, to change human nature, and to destroy the social sensitiveness of man. I do not deny the intense human interest of these open questions, the imperative need there is to get to the truth, whether one considers it to be one's own truth or the universal truth upon them. But my point is that they are to be discussed apart from socialist theory, and that, anyhow, they have nothing to do with socialist politics. It is no doubt interesting to discuss the benefits of vaccination and the justice and policy of its public compulsion, to debate whether one should eat meat or confine oneself to a vegetable dietary, whether the overhead or the slot system is preferable for tramway traction, whether steamboats are needed on the Thames in winter, and whether it is wiser to use metal or paper for money. But none of these things have anything to do with the principles of socialism. Nor need we decide whether Whistler, Raphael, or Carpaccio has left us the most satisfying beauty, or which was the greater musician, Wagner, Scarlatti, or Beethoven, nor pronounce on the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy in any prescribed way because we accept socialism. Coming to graver matters, there are ardent theologians who would create an absolute antagonism between socialism and Christianity, who would tie up socialism with some extraordinary doctrine of predestination or deny the possibility of a Christian being a socialist or a socialist being a Christian. But these are matters on different planes. In a sense, socialism is a religion. To me, it is a religion, in the sense that it gives a work to do that is not self-seeking, that it determines one in 1,000 indecisions, that it supplies that imperative craving of so many human souls, a devotion. But I do not see why a believer in any of the accepted creeds of Christianity, from the Apostles' Creed upward, should not also wholeheartedly give himself to this great work of social reconstruction. To believe in a real and personal heaven is surely not to deny earth with its tragedy, its sorrows, its splendid possibilities. It is simply to believe a little more concretely that I do. That is all. To assert the brotherhood of man under God seems to me to lead logically to a repudiation of the severities of private ownership, that is, to socialism. When the rich young man was told to give up his property to follow Christ, when the disciples were told to leave father and mother, it seems to me ridiculous to present Christianity as opposed to the self-abnegation of the two main generalizations of socialism, that relating to property in things and that relating to property in persons. It is true that the Church of Rome has taken the deplorable step of forbidding socialism, or at least socialismus, to its adherents. But there is no need for socialists to commit a reciprocal stupidity. Let us socialists at any rate keep our intellectual partitions up. The Church that now quarrels with socialism once quarrelled with astronomy and geology, and astronomers and geologists went on with their own business. Both religion and astronomy are still alive and in the same world together. And the Vatican Observatory, by the by, is honourably distinguished for its excellent stellar photographs. Perhaps, after all, the Church does not mean by socialism as it is understood in English. Perhaps it simply means the dogmatically anti-Christian socialism of the continental type. I am not advocating indifference to any interest I have here set aside as irrelevant to socialism. Men have discussed, and will, I hope, continue to discuss, such questions as I have instanced with passionate zeal. But socialism need not be entangled by their decisions. We can go on our road to socialism. We can get to socialism, to the civilized state, whichever answer is given to any of these questions, great or small. Chapter 7. Would modern socialism abolish all property? Part 1. Having in the previous chapter cleared up a considerable mass of misconception and possibility of misrepresentation about the attitude of socialism to the home, let us now devote a little more attention to the current theory of property and say just exactly where modern socialism stands in that matter. The plain fact of the case is that socialism, whether he wanted to or no, would no more be able to abolish personal property altogether than he would be able to abolish the human liver. The extension of one's personality to things outside oneself is indeed as natural and instinctive a thing as eating. But because the liver is necessary and inevitable, there is no reason why it should be enlarged to uncomfortable proportions. And because eating is an unconquerable instinct, there is no excuse for repletion. The position of the modern socialist is that the contemporary idea of personal property is enormously exaggerated and improperly extended to things that ought not to be private. Not that it is not a socially most useful and desirable idea within its legitimate range. There can be no doubt that many of those older writers who were socialists before socialism, Plato for instance, and Sir Thomas More, did very roundly abolish private property altogether. They were extreme communists, and so were many of the earlier socialists. In More's Utopia, doors might not be fastened, they stood open, one hadn't even a private room. These earlier writers wished to insist upon the need of self-abnegation in the ideal state, and to startle and confound they insisted overmuch. The early Christians, one gathers, were almost completely communistic, and that interesting experiment in Christian socialism, of a rather unorthodox type of Christianity, the American Oneida community, was successfully communistic in every respect for many years. But the modern socialist is not a communist. The modern socialist, making his scheme of social reconstruction for the whole world and for every type of character, recognizes the entire impracticability of such dreams, recognizing, too, it may be, the sacrifice of human personality and distinction such ideas involve. The word property, one must remember, is a slightly evasive word. Absolute property hardly exists, absolute, that is to say, in the sense of unlimited right of disposal. Almost all property is incomplete and relative. A man under our present laws has no absolute property even in his own life. He is restrained from suicide and punishment if he attempted it. He may not go offensively filthy nor indecently clad. There are limits to his free use of his body. The owner of a house, of land, of a factory is subject to all sorts of limitations, building regulations for example, and so is the owner of horse or dog. Nor again is any property exempt from taxation. Even now, property is a limited thing, and it is well to bear that much in mind. It can be defined as something one may do what one likes with, subject only to this or that specific restriction, and at any time, it would seem, the state is at least legally entitled to increase the quantity and modify the nature of the restriction. The extremist private property is limited to a certain sanity and humanity in its use. In that sense, every adult nowadays has private property in his or her own person, in clothes, in such personal implements as hand tools, as a bicycle, as a cricket bat or golf sticks. In quite the same sense, would he have it under socialism so far as these self-same things go? The sense of property in such things is almost instinctive. My little boys of 5 and 3 have the keenest sense of mine, and, almost if not quite so vividly, thine in the matter of toys and garments. The disposition of modern socialism is certainly no more to override these natural tendencies than it is to fly in the face of human nature in regard to the home. And again, modern socialism has no designs upon the money in a man's pocket. It is quite true that the earlier and extreme socialist theorists did in their communism find no use for money, but I do not think there are any representative socialists now who do not agree that the state must pay and receive in money, that money is indispensable to human freedom. The featurelessness of money, its universal convertibility, gives human beings a latitude of choice and self-expression in its spending that is inconceivable without its use. All such property socialism will ungrudgingly sustain, and it will equally sustain property in books and objects of aesthetic satisfaction, in furnishings, in the apartments or dwelling house a man or woman occupies, and in their household implements. It will sustain far more property than the average working-class man has today. Nor will it prevent savings or accumulations if men do not choose to expend their earnings, nor need it interfere with lending. How far it will permit or countenance usury is another question altogether. There will no doubt remain, after all the workaday needs of the world have been met by a scientific public organization of the general property in nature, a great number of businesses and enterprises and new and doubtful experiments outside the range of legitimate state activity. In these, interested and prosperous people will embark their surplus money as shareholders in a limited liability company, making partnership profits or losses in an entirely proper manner. But whether there should be debentures and mortgages or preference shares, or such like manipulatory distinctions, or interest in any shape or form, I am inclined to doubt. A money-lender should share risk as well as profit. That is surely the moral law in lending that forbids usury. He should not be allowed to bleed a failing business with his inexorable percentage and so eat up the ordinary shareholder or partner, any more than the landlord should be allowed to eat up the failing tenant for rent. That was once the teaching of Christianity, and I do not know enough of the history or spiritual development of the Catholic Church to tell when she became what she now appears to be, the champion of the rent-exacting landlord and the usurer against socialism. It is the present teaching of socialism. If usury obtains at all under the socialist state, if inexorable repayments are to be made in certain cases, it will, I conceive, be a state monopoly. The state will be the sole banker for every hoard and every enterprise, just as it will be the universal landlord and the universal fire and accident and old age insurance office. In money matters, as in public service and administration, it will stand for the species, the permanent thing behind every individual accident and adventure. Posthumous property, that is to say the power to bequeath and the right to inherit things, will also persist in a mitigated state under socialism. There is no reason whatever why it should not do so. There is a strong natural sentiment in favour of the institution of heirlooms, for example, one feels a son might well own, though he should certainly not sell, the intimate things his father desires to leave him. The pride of descent is an honourable one, the love for one's blood. And I hope that 1,000 years from now some descendant will still treasure an obsolete weapon here, a picture there, or a piece of faint and faded needlework from our days and the days before our own. One may hate inherited privileges and still respect a family tree. Widows and widowers again have clearly a kind of natural property in the goods they have shared with the dead. In the home, in the garden close, in the musical instruments and books and pleasant home-like things. Now, in 9 cases out of 10, we do in effect bundle the widow out. She remains nominally owner of the former home, but she has to let it furnished or sell it, to go and live in a boarding house or an exiguous flat. Even perhaps a proportion of accumulated money may reasonably go to friend or kin. It is a question of public utility. Socialism has done with absolute propositions in all such things, and views these problems now as questions of detail, matters for fine discriminations. We want to be quit of pedantry. All that property which is an enlargement of personality, the modern socialist seeks to preserve. It is that exaggerated property that gives power over the food and needs of one's fellow creatures, property and inheritance in land, in industrial machinery, in the homes of others, and in the usurer's grip upon others, that he seeks to destroy. The more doctrinaire socialists will tell you they do not object to property for use and consumption, but only to property in the means of production. But I do not choose to resort to over-precise definitions. The general intention is clear enough. The particular instance requires particular application. But it is just because we modern socialists want everyone to have play for choice and individual expression in all these realities of property that we object to this monstrous property of a comparatively small body of individuals expropriating the world. Part 2. I am inclined to think, but here I speak beyond the text of contemporary socialist literature, that in certain directions socialism, while destroying property, will introduce a compensatory element by creating rights. For example, socialism will certainly destroy all private property in land and in natural material and accumulated industrial resources. It will be the universal landlord and the universal capitalist. But that does not mean that we shall all be the state's tenants at will. There can be little doubt that the socialist state will recognize the rights of the improving occupier and the beneficial hirer. It is manifestly in accordance both with justice and public policy that a man who takes a piece of land and creates a value on it, by making a vineyard, let us say, is entitled to security of tenure, is to be dispossessed only in exceptional circumstances and with ample atonement. If a man who takes an agricultural or horticultural holding comes to feel that there he will toil and there later he will rest upon his labours, I do not think a rational socialism will war against this passion for the vine and fig tree. If it absolutely refuses the idea of freehold, it will certainly not repudiate leasehold. I think the state may prove a far more generous and sentimental landlord in many things than any private person. In another correlated direction, too, socialism is quite reconcilable with a finer quality of property than our landowner-ridden Britain allows to any but the smallest minority. I mean property in the house one occupies. If I may indulge in a quite unauthorized speculation, I am inclined to think there may be two collateral methods of home building in the future. For many people, always there will need to be houses to which they may come and go for longer and shorter tenancies, and which they will in no manner own. Nowadays, such people are housed in the exploits of the jerry builder. All England is unsightly with their meagre pretentious villas and miserable cottages and tenement houses. Such homes in the socialist future will certainly be supplied by the local authority, but they will be fair, decent houses by good architects, fitted to be clean and lit, airy and convenient, the homes of civilized people, sightly things altogether in a generous and orderly world. But in addition, there will be the prosperous private person with a taste that way, building himself a home as a leaseholder under the public landlord. For him, too, there will be a considerable measure of property, a measure of property that might even extend to a right, if not of bequest, then at any rate of indicating a preference among his possible successors in the occupying tenancy. Then there is a whole field of proprietary sensations in relation to official duties and responsibilities. Men who have done good work in any field are not to be lightly torn from it. A medical officer of health who has done well in his district, a teacher who has taught a generation of a town, a man who has made a public garden, have a moral lien upon their work for all their lives. They do not get it under our present conditions. I know that it will be quite easy to say all this is a question of administration and detail. It is. But it is nevertheless important to state it clearly here, to make it evident that the coming of socialism involves no destruction of this sort of identification of a man with the things he does. This identification that is so natural and desirable, that this living and legitimate sense of property will if anything be encouraged and its claims strengthened under socialism. Today, that particularly living sort of property sense is often altogether disregarded. Every day, one hears of men who have worked up departments in businesses, men who have created values for employers, men who have put their lives into an industrial machine, being flung aside because their usefulness is over, or out of personal pique, or to make way for favourites, for the employer's son or cousin, or what not, without any sort of appeal or compensation. Ownership is autocracy. At the best, it is latent injustice in all such matters of employment. Then again, consider the case of the artist and the inventor who are too often forced by poverty now to sell their early inventions for the barest immediate subsistence. Speculators secure these initial efforts, sometimes to find them worthless, sometimes to discover in them the sources of enormous wealth. In no matter, it is more difficult to estimate value than in the case of creative work. Few geniuses are immediately recognized, and the history of art, literature, and invention is full of Chattertons and Savages who perished before recognition came, and of Dickenses who sold themselves unwisely. Consider the immense social benefit if the creator even now possessed an inalienable right to share in the appreciation of his work. Under socialism, it would for all his life be his, and the world's, and controllable by him. He would be free to add, to modify, to repeat. In all these respects, modern socialism tends to create and confirm property and rights, the property of the user, the rights of the creator. It is quite. Other property it tends to destroy. The property, the claim, of the creditor, the mortgagee, the landlord, the usurer, the forestaller, gambling speculator, monopolizer, and absentee. In very truth, socialism would destroy no property at all, but only that sham property that, like some wizard-cast illusion, robs us all. Part 3. And now we are discussing the socialist attitude towards property. It may well be to consider a little group of objections that are often made in anti-socialist tracts. I refer more particularly to a certain hard case, the hard case of the savings of the virtuous small man. The reader, if he is at all familiar with this branch of controversial literature, probably knows how that distressing case is put. One is presented with a poor man of inconceivable industry, goodness, and virtue. He has worked, he has saved. At last, for the security of his old age, he holds a few shares in a business, a bit of land, or, perhaps through a building society, house property. Would we, the anti-socialist chokes with emotion, so alter the world as to rob him of that? The anti-socialist gathers himself together with an effort and goes on to a still more touching thought. The widow. See Note 13. Note 13. The ethical case for slavery in the southern states of America, my friend Mr. Graham Wallace reminds me, was largely argued on the instance of the widow, with a few strong slaves. Well, I think there are assurances in the previous section to disabuse the reader's mind a little in this matter. This solicitude for the saving small man and for the widow and orphan seems to me one of the least honest of all the anti-socialist arguments. The man who has saved a few pounds, the poor widow woman and her children clinging to some scrap of freehold, are thrust forward to defend the harvest of the landlord and the financier. Let us look at the facts of the case and see how this present economic system of ours really does treat the stocking of the poor. In the first place, it does not guarantee to the small investor any security for his little hoard at all. He comes into the world of investment ill-informed, credulous, or only unintelligently suspicious. And he is, as a class, continually and systematically deprived of his little accumulations. One great financial operation after another in the modern world, as any well-informed person can witness, eats up the small investor. Some huge, vastly respectable-looking enterprise is floated with a capital of so many scores or hundreds of thousands, divided into so many thousands of ordinary shares, so many 5 or 6% preference, so much debentures. It begins its career with a flourish of prosperity. The ordinary shares for a few years pay 7, 8, 10%. The virtuous small man provides for his widow and his old age by buying this estimable security. Its price clambers to a premium, and so it passes slowly and steadily from its first speculative holder into the hands of the investing public. Then comes a slow, quiet downward movement, a check at the interim dividend, a rapid contraction. Consider such a case as that of the Great British Electric Traction Company, which began with ordinary shares at 10, which clambered above 21 shillings 7 and 8, which is now October 1907, fluctuating about 2. Its 6% preference shares have moved between 14 and 5.5. Its ordinary shares represent a total capital of £1,333,010, and its preference £1,614,370. So that here, in this one concern, we have a phantom appearance and disappearance of over £2 million worth of value and real disappearance of perhaps half that amount. It requires only a very slight knowledge of the world to convince one that the bulk of that sum was contributed by the modest investments of mediocre and small people out of touch with the real conditions of the world of finance. These little investors, it is said, are the bitter champions of private finance against the municipalities and socialists. One wonders why. One could find a score of parallels and worse instances representing in the end many scores of millions of pounds taken from the investing public in the last few years. I will, however, content myself with one sober quotation from the New York Journal of Commerce, which, the reader will admit, is not likely to be a willing witness for socialism. Commenting on the testimony of the principal witness, Mr. Harriman of the Illinois Central Railroad, before the Interstate Commerce Commission, March 1907, it says, "On his own admission, he was one of a combine of 4 who got possession of the Chicago and Alton Railroad and immediately issued bonds for $40 million out of the proceeds of which they paid themselves a dividend of 30%. On the stock they held, besides taking the bonds at 65 and subsequently selling them at 90 or more, some of them to life insurance companies with which Mr. Harriman had some kind of relation. There were no earnings or surplus out of which the dividend could be paid, but the books of the company were juggled by transferring some $12 million expended for betterments to capital account as a sort of bookkeeping basis for the performance. Besides this, the Chicago and Alton Railroad was transformed into a railway, and a capitalization of a little under $40 million was swollen to nearly $123 million to cover an actual expenditure in improvements of $22,500,000. In the process, there was an injection of about $60,600,000 of water into the stock held by the 4. Some of which was sold to the Union Pacific, of which Mr. Harriman was president, and more was uploaded upon the Rock Island. Mr. Harriman refused to tell how much he made out of that operation. It shows how some of our enormous fortunes are made, as well as what motives and purposes sometimes prevail in the use of the power entrusted to the directors and officers of corporations. It is a simple and elementary principle that all values are created by the productive activity of capital, labor, and ability in industrial operations of one kind and another. No wealth comes out of nothing, but all must be produced and distributed, and what one gets by indirection another loses or fails to get. The personal profit of these speculative operations, in which the capital, credit, and power of corporations are used by those entrusted with their direction, come out of the general body of stockholders whose interests are sacrificed, or out of the public investors who are lured and deceived, or out of shippers who are overtaxed for the service for which railroads are chartered, or out of all these in varying proportions. In other words, they are the fruits of robbery. So that you see, it is not only untrue that socialism would rob a poor man of his virtuously acquired bit of property, but the direct contrary is the truth, that the present system, non-socialism, is now constantly butchering thrift. Simple people believe the great financiers win and lose money to each other. They are not, to put it plainly, such fools. They use the public, and the public goes on being used, as a perpetual source of freshly accumulated wealth. I know one case of a man of 50 who serves in a shop, a most industrious, competent man who has been saving and investing money all his life in what he had every reason to believe were safe and sober businesses. He has been denying himself pleasures, cramping his life to put by about a third of his wages every year since he was 22, and today he has not got his keep for a couple of years, and his only security against disablement and old age is his subscription to a friendly society. A society which I have a very strong suspicion is no better off than most other friendly societies, and that is by no means well off, and by no means confident of the future. It is possible to argue that the small man ought to take more pains about his investments, but, as a matter of fact, investing money securely and profitably is a special occupation of extraordinary complexity, and the common man with a few £100 has no more chance in that market than he would have under water in Sydney Harbour amidst a shoal of sharks. It may be said that he is greedy, wants too much interest, but that is nonsense. One of the crudest gulfs into which small savings have gone in the case of the British public has been the trap of consols, which pay at the present price less than 3%. Servants and working men with post office savings bank accounts were urged, tempted, and assisted to invest in this solemn security, even when it stood at 114. Those who did so have now, November 1907, lost almost a third of their money. It is scarcely too much to say that a very large proportion of our modern great properties, tramway systems, railways, gasworks, bread companies, have been created for their present owners, the debenture holders and mortgagers, the great capitalists, by the unintentional altruism of that voluntary martyr, the saving small man. Of course, the habitual saver can insure with an insurance company for his old age and against all sorts of misadventures, and because of the government interference with private enterprise in that sort of business, be reasonably secure. But under socialism, he would be able to do that with absolute security in the state insurance office, if the universal old age pension did not satisfy him. That, however, is beside our present discussion. I am writing now only of the sort of property that socialism would destroy, and to show how little benefit or safety it brings to the small owner now. The unthinking rich prate thrift to the poor, and grow richer by a half-judicious, half-unconscious absorption of the resultant savings. That, in brief, is the grim humour of our present financial method. It is not only in relation to investments that this absorption of small parcels of savings goes on. In every town, the intelligent and sympathetic observer may see, vivid before the eyes of all who are not blind by use and want, the slow subsidence of petty accumulations. The lodging-house and the small retail shop are, as it were, social destructors. All over the country they are converting hopeful, ill-enterprising, ill-advised people with a few score or hundreds of pounds, slowly, inevitably, into broken-hearted failures. It is, to my mind, the crudest aspect of our economic struggle. In the little high street of Sandgate, over which my house looks, I should say between a quarter and a third of the shops are such downward channels from decency to despair. They are sanctioned, inevitable citizen breakers. Now it is a couple of old servants opening a fancy shop or a tobacco shop. Now it is a young couple ploughing into haberdashery. Now it is a new butcher or a new fishmonger or grocer. This perpetual procession of bankruptcies has made me lately shun that pleasant-looking street that in my unthinking days I walked through cheerfully enough. The doomed victims have a way of coming to the doors at first and looking out politely and hopefully. There is a rich and lucrative business done by certain wholesale firms in starting the small dealer in almost every branch of retail trade. They fit up his shop, stock him, take his £100 or £200 and give him credit for 40 or 50. The rest of his story is an impossible struggle to pay rent and get that debt down. Things go on for a time quite bravely. I go furtively and examine the goods in the window, with a dim hope that this time something really will come off. I learn reluctantly from my wife that they are no better than anyone else's, and rather dearer than those of the one or two solid and persistent shops that do the steady business of the place. Perhaps I see the new people going to church once or twice very respectably, as I set out for a Sunday walk, and if they are a young couple, the husband usually wears a silk hat. Presently, the stock in the window begins to deteriorate in quantity and quality, and then I know that credit is tightening. The proprietor no longer comes to the door, and his first bright confidence is gone. He suspects, one all too truly, of dealing with the stores. Then suddenly he has gone. The savings are gone, and the shop, like a hungry maw, waits for a new victim. There is the simple common tragedy of the little shop. The landlord of the house has his money all right. The ground landlord has, of course, every penny of his money. The kindly wholesalers are well out of it, and the young couple or the old people, as the case may be, are looking for work or the nearest casual ward, just as though there was no such virtue as thrift in the world. The particular function of the British lodging-house, though the science of economics is silent on this point, is to use up the last strength of the trusty old servant and the plucky widow. These people will invest from £200 or £300 to £1,000 in order to gain a bare subsistence by toiling for boarders and lodgers. It is their idea of a safe investment. They can see it all the time. All over England this process goes on. The curious inquirer may see every face for himself by simply looking for rooms among the apartment houses of such a region as Camden Town, London. He will realize more and more surely as he goes about that none of these people gain money. None of them ever recover the capital they sink. They are happy if they die before their inevitable financial extinction. It is so habitual with people to think of classes as stable. of a butcher or a baker as a man who keeps a shop of a certain sort at a certain level throughout a long and indeterminate life. That it may seem incredible to many readers that those two typically thrifty classes, the lodging-letter household and the small retailer, are maintained by a steady supply of failing individuals. The fact remains that it is so. Their little savings are no good to them. Investments and business beginnings mock them alike. Steadily, relentlessly, our competitive system eats them up. It is said that no class of people in the community is more hostile to socialism and socialistic legislation than these small owners and petty investors, these small ratepayers. They do not understand. Rent they consider in the nature of things like hunger and thirst. The economic process that dooms the weak enterprise to ruin is beyond the scope of their intelligence. But the rate collector who calls and calls again for money, for more money, to educate other people's children, to keep paupers in luxury, to waste upon roads and light and trams, seems the agent of an unendurable wrong. So the poor creatures go out pallidly angry to vote down that hated thing, municipal enterprise, and to make still more scope for that big finance that crushes them in the winepress of its exploitation. It is a wretched and tragic antagonism for which every intelligent socialist must needs have sympathy, which he must meet with patience and lucid explanations. If the public authority took rent, there would be no need of rates. That is the more obvious proposition. But the ampler one is the cruelty, the absurdity, and the social injury of the constant consumption of unprotected savings, which is an essential part of our present system. It is a doctrinaire and old-fashioned socialism that quarrels with the little horde. The quarrel of modern socialism is with the landowner and the great capitalist who devour it. Part 4. While we are discussing the true attitude of modern socialism to property, it will be well to explain quite clearly the secular change of opinion that is going on in the socialist ranks in regard to the process of expropriation. Even in the case of those sorts of property that socialism repudiates, property in land, natural productions, inherited business capital, and the like, socialism has become humanized and rational from its first extreme and harsh positions. The earlier socialism was fierce and unjust to owners. Property is robbery, said Proudhon, and right down to the 90s, socialism kept too much of the spirit of that proposition. The property owner was to be promptly and entirely deprived of his goods, and to think himself lucky he was not lynched forthwith as an abominable rascal. The first basis of the Fabian Society, framed so lately as 1884, seems to repudiate compensation, even a partial compensation of property owners, though in its practical proposals the Fabian Society has always admitted compensatory arrangements. The exact words of the basis are, without compensation, though not without such relief to expropriate individuals as may seem fit to the community. The wording is pretty evidently the result of a compromise between modern views and older teachings. If the Fabian Society were rewriting its basis now, I doubt if any section would insist even upon that eviscerated without compensation. Now, property is not robbery. It may be a mistake. It may be unjust and socially disadvantageous to recognize private property in these great common interests. But everyone concerned, and the majority of the property owners certainly, held and hold in good faith and do their best by the light they have. We live today in a vast tradition of relationships in which the rightfulness of that kind of private property is assumed and suddenly Instantly, to deny and abolish it would be, I write this as a convinced and thorough socialist, quite the most dreadful catastrophe human society could experience. For what sort of provisional government should we have in that confusion? Expropriation must be a gradual process, a process of economic and political readjustment, accompanied at every step by an explanatory educational advance. There is no reason why a cultivated property owner should not welcome and hasten its coming. Modern socialism is prepared to compensate him, perhaps not fully, but reasonably, for his renunciations and to avail itself of his help, to relieve him of his administrative duties, his excess of responsibility for estate and business. It does not grudge him a compensating annuity nor terminating rights of user. It has no intention of obliterating him nor the things he cares for. It wants not only to socialize his possessions, but to socialize his achievement in culture and all that leisure has taught him of the possibilities of life. Its enemy is not the rich man, but the aggressive rich man, the usurer, the sweater, the giant plunderer, who are developing the latent evil of riches. It repudiates altogether the conception of a bitter class war between those who have and those who have not. But this new tolerant spirit in method involves no weakening of the ultimate conception. Modern socialism sets itself absolutely against the creation of new private property out of land, or rights, or concessions not yet assigned. All new great monopolistic enterprises in transit, building and cultivation, for example, must from the first be under public ownership. And the chief work of social statesmanship, the secular process of government, must be the steady, orderly resumption by the community, without violence and without delay, of the land, of the apparatus of transit, of communication, of food distribution, and of all the great common services of mankind, and the care and training of a new generation in their collective use and in more civilized conceptions of living. Chapter 8. The Middle-Class Man, the Businessman, and Socialism. Part 1. Let me insert here a few remarks upon a question that arises naturally out of the preceding discussion, and that is the future of that miscellaneous section of the community known as the middle class. It is one that I happen to know with a peculiar intimacy. For a century or more, the grinding out of the middle class has been going on. I began to find it interesting, altogether too interesting indeed, when I was still only a little boy. My father was one of that multitude of small shopkeepers which has been caught between the stores and such like big distributors above and the rising rates below, and from the Knickerbocker stage onward I was acutely aware of the question hanging over us. This isn't going on, was the proposition. This shop in which our capital is invested will never return it. Nobody seems to understand what is happening, and there is nobody to advise or help us. What are we going to do? Except that people are beginning to understand a little now what it all means. Exactly the same question hangs over many hundreds of thousands of households today, not only over the hundreds of small shopkeepers, but of small professional men, of people living upon small parcels of investments, of clerks who find themselves growing old and their value depreciated by the competition of a new, better educated generation, of private schoolmasters, of boarding and lodging house keepers, and the like. They are all vaguely aware of something more than personal failure, of a drift and process which is against all their kind, of the need of doing something for themselves and their children, something different from just sticking to the shop or the situation, and they don't know what to do. What ought they to do? Well, first, before one answers that, let us ask what it is exactly that is grinding the middle class in this way. Is it a process we can stop? Can we direct the millstones? If we can, ought we to do so? And if we cannot, or decide that it isn't worthwhile, then what can we do to mitigate this cruelty of slowly impoverishing and taxing out of existence a class that was once the backbone of the community? It is not mere humanity dictates this much. It is a question that affects the state as a whole. It must be extremely bad for the spirit of the nation and for our national future that its middle class should be in a state of increasing financial worry and stress, irritated, depressed, and broken in courage. One effect is manifest in our British politics now. Each fresh election turns upon expenditure more evidently than the last, and the promise to reduce taxation or lower the rates overrides more and more certainly any other consideration. What are empire or education to men who feel themselves drifting helplessly into debt? What chance has any constructive scheme with an electorate of men who are being slowly submerged in an economic bog? The process that has brought the middle class into these troubles is a complex one. But the essential thing about it seems to be this, that there is a change of scale going on in most human affairs, a substitution of big organizations for detached individual effort almost everywhere. 150 years ago or so, the only very rich people in the community were a handful of great landowners and a few bankers. The rest of the world's business was being done by small, prosperous, independent men. The labourers were often very poor and wretched, ill-clad, bootless, badly housed, and short of food, but there was nevertheless a great deal of middle-class comfort and prosperity. The country was covered with flourishing farmers, every country town was a little world in itself, with busy tradespeople and professional men. Manufacturing was still done mainly by small people employing a few hands, master and apprentice working together. In every town you found a private school or so, an independent doctor, and the like, doing well in a mediocre, comfortable fashion. All the carrying trade was in the hands of small independent carriers. The shipping was held by hundreds of small ship owners. And London itself was only a larger country town. It was, in effect, a middle-class world ruled over by aristocrats. The millstones had as yet scarcely stirred. Then machinery came into the lives of men, and steam power, and there began that change of scale which is going on still today, making an ever-widening separation of master and man, and an ever-enlarging organization of industry and social method. Its most striking manifestation was at first the substitution of organized manufacture in factories for the half-domestic hand-industrialism of the earlier period. The growth of the fortunes of some of the merchants and manufacturers to dimensions comparable with the wealth of the great landowners, and the sinking of the rest of their class towards the status of wage earners. The development of joint stock enterprise arose concurrently with this to create a new sort of partnership capable of handling far greater concerns than any single wealthy person, as wealth was measured by the old scale could do. There followed a great development of transit, culminating for a time in the coming of the railways and steamships, which abolished the isolation of the old towns and brought men at the remotest quarters of the earth into business competition. Big towns of the modern type, with 500,000 inhabitants or more, grew up rapidly all over Europe and America. For the European big towns are as modern as New York, and the East End and South Side of London scarcely older than Chicago. Shopkeeping, like manufactures, began to concentrate in large establishments and big wholesale distribution to replace individual buying and selling. As the need for public education under the changing conditions of life grew more and more urgent, the individual enterprise of this schoolmaster and that gave place to the organized effort of such giant societies as, in Britain, the old National School Society and the British School Society, and at last to state education. And one after another, the old prosperous middle-class callings fell under the stress of the new development. This process still goes on, and there can be little doubt of the ultimate issue. The old small manufacturers are either ruined or driven into sweating and the slums. The old coaching innkeeper and common carrier have been impoverished or altogether superseded by the railways and big carrier companies. The once flourishing shopkeeper lives today on the mere remnants of the trade that great distributing stores or the branches of great companies have left him. Tea companies, provision dealing companies, tobacconist companies make the position of the old established private shop unstable and the chances of the new beginner hopeless. Railways and tramways take the custom more and more effectually past the door of the small draper and outfitter to the well-stocked establishments at the centre of things. Telephone and telegraph assist that shopping at the centre more and more. The small middle-class schoolmaster finds himself beaten by revived, endowed schools and by new public endowments. The small doctor, the local dentist, find Harley Street always nearer to them and practitioners in motor cars from the great centres playing havoc with their practices. And while the small men are more and more distressed, the great organizations of trade, of production, of public science continue to grow and coalesce, until at last they grow into national or even world trusts, or into publicly owned monopolies. In America, slaughtering and selling meat has grown into a trust. Steel and iron are trustified. Mineral oil is all gathered into a few hands. All through the trades and professions and sciences and all over the world, the big eats up the small. The new enlarged scale replaces the old. And this is equally true, though it is only now beginning to be recognized, of the securities of that other section of the middle class, the section which lives upon invested money. There too, big eats little. There too, the small man is more and more manifestly at the mercy of the large organizations. It was a pleasant illusion of the Victorian time that one put one's £100 or £1,000 into something, beside the rich man's tens of thousands, and drew one's secure and satisfying dividends. The intelligent reader of Mr. Lawson's Frenzied Finance or of the bankruptcy proceedings of Mr. Hooley realizes this idyll is scarcely true to nature. Through the seas and shallows of investment flow great tides and depressions, on which the big fortunes ride to harbour while the little accumulations, capsized and swamped, quiver down to the bottom. It becomes more and more true that the small man saves his money for the rich man's pocket. Only by drastic state intervention is a certain measure of safety secured for insurance, and in America recently we have had the spectacle of the people's insurance money used as a till by the rich financiers. And when the middle-class man turns in his desperation from the advance of the big competitor, who is consuming him, as a big codfish eats its little brother, to the state, he meets a tax paper. He sees as the state's most immediate aspect the rate collector and inexorable demands. The burthen of taxation certainly falls upon him, and it falls upon him because he is collectively the weakest class that possesses any property to be taxed. Below him are classes either too poor to tax or too politically effective to stand taxation. Above him is the class which owns a large part of the property in the world, but it also owns the newspapers and periodicals that are necessary for an adequate discussion of social justice, and it finds it cheaper to pay a voluntary tax to the hoardings at election time than to take over the small man's burdens. He rolls about between these two parties, antagonized first to one and then the other, and altogether helpless and ineffectual. So the millstones grind, and so it would seem they will continue to grind until there is nothing between them, until organized property in the hands of the few on the one hand, and the proletariat on the other, grind face to face. So at least Karl Marx taught in Das Kapital. But when one says the middle class will disappear, one means that it will disappear as a class. Its individuals and its children will survive, and the whole process is not nearly so fatalistic as the Marxists would have us believe. The new great organizations that are replacing the little private enterprises of the world before machinery are not all private property. There are alternatives in the matter of handling a great business. To the exact nature of these alternatives, the middle-class mind needs to direct itself if it is to exert any control whatever over its future. Take the case of the butcher. It is manifestly written on the scroll of destiny that the little private slaughterhouse, the little independent butcher's shop, buying and selling locally must disappear. The meat will all be slaughtered at some great conveniently organized centre and distributed thence to shops that will necessarily be mere agencies for distributing meat. Now, this great slaughtering and distributing business may either be owned by one or a group of owners working it for profit, in which case it will be necessary for the state to employ an unremunerative army of inspectors to see that the business is kept decently clean and honest, or it may be run by the public authority. In the former case, the present-day butcher or his son will be a slaughterman or shopkeeper employed by the private owners, in the latter case by the public authority. This is equally true of a milk seller, of a small manufacturer, of a builder, of 101 other trades. They are bound to be incorporated in a larger organization. They are bound to become salaried men, where formerly they were independent men, and it is no good struggling against that. It is doubtful indeed whether from the standpoint of welfare it would be worth the middle-class man's while to struggle against that. But in the case of very many great public services, meat, milk, bread, transit, housing and land administration, education and research, and the public health, it is still an open question whether the big organization is to be publicly owned, publicly controlled, and constantly refreshed by public scrutiny and comment, or whether it is to be privately owned and conducted solely for the profit of a small group of very rich owners. The alternatives are plutocracy or socialism, and between these the middle-class man remains weakly undecided and ineffectual, lending no weight to and getting small consideration therefore from either side. He remains so because he has not grasped the real nature of his problem, because he clings in the face of overwhelming fate to the belief that in some way the wheels of change may be arrested and his present method of living preserved. I think if he could shake himself free from that impossible conservatism, he would realize that his interests lie with the interests of the intelligent working-class man, that is to say, in the direction of socialism, rather than in the direction of capitalistic competition, that the best use he can make of such educational and social advantages as still remain for him is to become the willing leader instead of the panic-fierce antagonist of the socialist movement. His place, I hold, is to forward the development of that state and municipal machinery the socialist foreshadows, and to secure for himself and his sons and daughters an adequate position and voice in the administration. Instead of struggling to diminish that burthen of public expenditure which educates and houses, conveys and protects him and his children, he ought rather to increase it joyfully, while at the same time working manfully to transfer its pressure to the broad shoulders of those very rich people who have hitherto evaded their legitimate share of it. The other course is to continue his present policy of obstinate resistance to the extension of public property and public services, in which case these things will necessarily become that basis of monopolistic property on which the coming plutocracy will establish itself. The middle-class man will be taxed and competed out of independence just the same, and he will become a salaried officer just the same, but with a different sort of master and under different social conditions, according as one or the other of these alternatives prevails. Which is the better master, the democratic state or a combine of millionaires? Which will give the best social atmosphere for one's children to breathe, a plutocracy or a socialism? That is the real question to which the middle-class man should address himself. No doubt to many minds a plutocracy presents many attractions. In the works of Thomas Love Peacock, and still more clearly in the works of Mr. W. H. Mallock, you will find an agreeable rendering of that conception. The bulk of the people will be organized out of sight in a state of industrious and productive congestion, and a wealthy, leisurely and refined minority will live in spacious houses with excellent museums, libraries and all the equipments of culture, will go to town, concentrate in Paris, London and Rome, and travel about the world. It is to these large, luxurious, powerful lives that the idealist naturally turns. Their motor cars, their aeroplanes, their steam yachts will awaken terror and respect in every corner of the globe. Their handsome doings will fill the papers. They will patronize the arts and literature, while at the same time mellowing them by eliminating that too urgent insistence upon contemporary fact which makes so much of what is done today harsh and displeasing. The middle-class tradition will be continued by a class of stewards, tenants, managers and foremen, secretaries and the like, respected and respectful. The writer, the artist, will lead lives of comfortable dependence, a link between class and class, the lowest of the rich man's guests, the highest of his servants. As for the masses, they will be fed with a sort of careless vigour and considerable economy from the Chicago stockyards, and by agricultural produce trusts, big breweries, fresh water companies, and the like. They will be organized industrially and carefully controlled. Their spiritual needs will be provided for by churches endowed by the wealthy, their physical distresses alleviated by the hope of getting charitable aid, their lives made bright and adventurous by the crumbs of sport that fall from the rich man's table. They will crowd to see the motor car races, the aeroplane competitions. It will be a world rich in contrasts, and not without its gleam of pure adventure. Every bright young fellow of capacity will have the hope of catching the eye of some powerful personage, of being advanced to some high position of trust, of even ending his days as a partner, a subordinate assistant plutocrat. Or he may win a quite agreeable position by literary or artistic merit. A pretty girl, a clever woman of the middle class, would have before her even more brilliant and romantic possibilities. There can be no denying the promises of colour and eventfulness a plutocracy holds out, and though they do not attract me, I can quite understand their appeal to the more ductile and appreciative mind of Mr. Mallock. But there are countervailing considerations. There is, it is said, a tendency in plutocracies either to become unprogressive, unenterprising, and stagnantly autocratic, or to develop states of stress and discontent, and so drift towards Caesarism. The latter was the fate of the Roman Republic, and may perhaps be the destiny of the budding young plutocracy of America. But the developing British plutocracy, like the Carthaginian, will be largely Semitic in blood, and like the Carthaginian may resist these insurgent tendencies. So much for the plutocratic possibility. If the middle-class man on any account does not like that outlook, he can turn in the other direction, and then he will find fine promises indeed, but much more uncertainty than towards plutocracy. Plutocracies the world has seen before, but a democratic civilization organized upon the lines laid down by modern socialists would be a new beginning in the world's history. It is not a thing that will come about by itself. It will have to be the outcome of a sustained moral and intellectual effort in the community. If there is not that effort, if things go on as they are going now, the coming of a plutocracy is inevitable. That effort, I am convinced, cannot be successfully made by the lower-class man alone. From him, unaided and unguided, there is nothing to be expected but wild convulsive attempts at social upheaval, which, whether they succeed, as the French Revolution did, or fail, as did the insurrectionary outbreaks of the Republic in Rome, lead ultimately to a Napoleon or a Caesar. But our contemporary civilization is unprecedented in the fact that the whole population now reads, and that intelligence and free discussion saturate the whole mass. Only time can show what possibilities of understanding, leadership, and political action lie in our new generation of the better educated middle class. Will it presently begin to define a line for itself? Will it remain disorganized and passive, or will it become intelligent and decisive between these millstones of the organized property and the organizing state, between plutocracy and socialism, whose opposition is the supreme social and political fact in the world at the present time? Part 2. Perhaps also it may be helpful here to insert a view of the contemporary possibilities of socialism from a rather different angle, a view that follows on to the matter of the previous section, but appeals to a different section of the middle class. It is a quotation from the Magazine of Commerce for September 1907, and leads to an explanation by the present writer. The recent return of Mr. Grayson, a socialist, as a Member of Parliament for the Colne Valley, has brought prominently before the public mind the question of socialism. Mr. Pete Curran's success at Jarrow a month or so ago, and the large number of Labour members returned at the last general election, caused more or less desultory comment on socialism as a possible feature of practical politics in the remote future. But Mr. Grayson can certainly claim that his achievement at Colne Valley brought the question of socialism into the very forefront at one bound. It is difficult to ignore socialism, to dismiss it as a mere fad and fancy of a few hair-brained enthusiasts after Mr. Grayson's success. The verdict of Colne Valley may be the verdict of many another constituency where the so-called working-class electors are numerically predominant. When we consider that the manual worker represents the majority of the electorate of the country, this contingency does not appear to be so very remote, provided that the leaders of socialism can organize their resources and canvass the working men on a wide and carefully planned scale. In this respect, the Colne Valley result may very well give them the lead and stimulus they have been waiting for. It must be borne in mind, too, that the forward section of the Labour Party is avowedly socialist in its sympathies, and a definite start may therefore be said to have been made towards capturing the machinery of government in the cause of socialism. How will socialism affect the business world? This is a question which many thoughtful businessmen must have already put to themselves. For reply, we must go to the leaders of socialism and discover what their policy actually is. The common impression that socialism spells barefaced confiscation is too superficial to be seriously adduced as an argument against socialism. The leaders of the cause include some of the cleverest men of the day, men who have a more rational basis for their policy than that of simply robbing Peter to pay Paul. The suggestion that socialism means a compulsory share-out may be rightly dismissed as an idle scare. The most bitter opponent of socialism must at least admit